Hello, friends. Hello, friends. Channel. I'm trying to switch channel. Switch account. Switch account. Okay. Now send a heart. Sending hearts. Okay. Switch account. Okay. Now send a heart. Like that. Can you see me now? Anyway. Now send the. Okay. Let's see if I can see myself. Okay. Now send a heart. Like that. Can you see me now? I saw myself. Anyway. Testing. Now go back to Zoom. Where am I? Here I am. I'm on Zoom. Oh, wow. Where am I? I'm on the floor in my bedroom. I'm looking at my computer. I'm on my computer, my laptop. Let's see. What did I do last night? Diagnose issue. What happened? Detecting problems. Let's see. Let's go. What happened? Oh shit, there's no internet. Connect. What happened? Did I knock something out of whack? Okay, now I'm connected. Let's see, now I can go in here. What? View my channel. Okay. Where am I? Where are you? I was about to put where am I, but I said, where are you? That's something that a friend. Oh, you know what? Now's the time to see if I can fix something on my. Oh, maybe I could get help from Gemini AI. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let's see. I have a chat. Yeah, see if I can remember what I was. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Well, let's see. Espinas. Oh. AccuWeb hosting. Maybe I should try that one. Wiz.com. Let's see. Oh. I got this one. I could turn this one on. Yeah. Let's see, which one did I...
Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are. Listen, baby, in the mountain high, in the valley low.
Oh, you know what I could do is look up, is open my, oh, wow, look at all those welcome tos. Welcome to Caitlin Collins. Welcome to the U.S. Welcome to growing up in the 70s. I thought I was already in those groups. Welcome to Anti-Physics and Power. Welcome to Senator Bernie Sanders. Welcome to Physics. Damn. Oh, I can read my email here, right? Should be able to. Hmm. Mhm. Mm.
Seguro viste la escena de la película Forrest Gump. Oye, escucha, quizás puedas ayudarme. Hago calcomanías para autos y te...
What happened? Hmm. Grammy?
Harold,
Gra-
Harold,
wow. Good to see you. Where are you? That's the
I'm.
topic for today. Where are you?
Where are you? Uh, okay, I was hoping it would be. Will I do anything? Um, I'm same place I was last Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where I left you? No.
No, slightly different.
No, another place.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I've been here for mm,
Hmm. Let's see. Yes. What's the what's on your mind?
um one that sometimes the best thing you can do is to do nothing at all. Two, that I've got a dissolution trial on Thursday. And
Wow.
three, that the United States and Israel launched an attack at 3:30 a.m. Upon Iran.
Don't
Four,
know.
I'm thinking I'd like to get out to Lake Nona today so I can get a fresh change of clothes. I've been wearing the same ones for 15 days now. Five, my son turns 12 tomorrow, so I'm gonna write the mother, the adoptive mother, so I can hand him at least his gift. Let's see, anything else? Power went out here. I guess we're on battery or generator right now. At some point, maybe we'll have internet on the laptop once again. But until then, it's kind of nice to have the quiet.
Do nothing. It's hard to do nothing. It's something to do nothing.
It's essential. It's the best thing you can do sometimes. And you got to do it on the regular too.
It's a something to do nothing. Hmm.
If it weren't so wet because it rained last night, I'd be sitting outside right now.
If it if it if it wasn't so wet outside,
Yeah, sure.
it's wet outside like it rained.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, overnight.
Maybe Do nothing. I feel guilty when I do nothing.
Yeah, no, that's I think market forces working on your brain.
The market forces.
Yeah, yeah,
The work
absolutely.
forces. The market forces.
Yeah, because there were
Transactions.
there were more feast days in the medieval age than there are today. Now, of course, they had longer days when they did work. We have
Hmm.
less days where we get to do um, how do I put this? That which pleases the soul. And I think that's what I mean by do nothing. I mean to not be under any obligation to do anything that has any utility.
That which pleases the soul?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. And if you can, reconnect with the spirit because you want the one to be directing the other. If you're not spirit led, then you're led by your flesh, like like I am right now by eating, which is okay because I need to eat, but at the same time, eventually I'm going to start fasting because you need that too.
Being led by the spirit instead of the flesh?
Hmm.
Where does the spirit begin and the flesh end?
Hmm. Great
Is
question.
there interface between them? How does one know one is in the spiritual domain and or when one is in the fleshy domain?
So I'm going to posit that the spirit is there, but we are often blinded by our perceived wants, needs, desires that we lose sight of that fact. And when you aren't aware, then you are bound to go astray. So what's the real point of this whole doing nothing thing? I would posit it is to get back in contact with that awareness first, and then see what happens from there.
To get in contact with the awareness of where one is. Where am I? Where are you? I was going to title this Where Am I?
Mhm.
But I titled it Where Are You? But that is the same. It's just that sometimes I get messages saying, Where are you?
Let me
On
ask,
my
yeah,
WhatsApp.
Brian. Let me ask you a more difficult question.
So
More
that
more difficult than anything you've asked me so far. Could it be that there is but one human soul and that we're all just aspects of it?
there's just one human soul and we're aspects of it.
Right. Could that
And
be? Yeah.
what happens when we awake? We were in deep sleep and we transition. Maybe we sometimes go from deep sleep to dreaming and then waking up, and that's when we remember we were dreaming. Hmm.
Did you have some
So,
dreams last night?
what?
Did you have dreams last night?
Oh, Did I sleep last night? I
Hmm.
think I did.
Hmm.
I woke up kind of early.
Hmm.
I've been awake since 4 or something.
Good. Congratulations.
What was I thinking of doing? Maybe I was feeling guilty of not having done something. I've been doing nothing. No, well, I've been feeling guilty of not doing something productive.
Is it something that you have been assigned to do or that you knew that you'd have to do? In other words, guilt
Thinking,
cannot come about without a consciousness.
doing something that was I was assigned to do,
Hmm.
and that I said I would be doing it last night, and it got later, and I hadn't started it, and then I must have fallen asleep and woken up and said to myself, maybe I should get started doing that something, and then maybe I did something else, and then this and that happened, and I decided to do something, but it was not what I was assigned to do. Oh,
Hmm.
but maybe it's kind of related. So, and then I started up this meeting, and then I said, hey, that reminds me of this that I have postponed. So I went to go. I opened some pages on my browser to get with it, and then I said, where is that? The username and password. It must be in my emails. So I opened that. Then in my emails, I got distracted by some other email. So I opened that and I see, wow, maybe I should go to that tomorrow. And then it was time to start this meeting, so I started it. And I said, what's the topic? I said, where am I? That would be a good one. But then I switched it to where are you? Because that's what's been asked of me. And then when they ask of me of it, then I ask myself, where am I?
Can I ask you a question? Could the answers to those questions be automated away?
Can the these series of questions or events, can they be automated away?
Yeah, the where question. Cannot the where
The,
question be
the where
automated away?
question, can the where am I or where are you questions be automated away?
That's right. Make
Mhm.
them, in other words, moot.
In other words, what?
Just make them non-questions. In other words.
Oh, if I automate them away,
Uh-huh.
then by automating them away, do they go away or do they get answered in and we don't have to worry about them?
Yeah, I'm saying essentially that. I mean, there may be cases where they don't satisfy as answers, the automated answers. I
No.
get that. I appreciate that, but for most cases, I would say that you could probably not worry about that and move on to a different kind of question.
The automated answers or not may not be satisfying. So that means we will be checking up on the automation of the question and answers. So
Or you'd be checking up on the process that enables the, you'd be checking up on the way in which the automation was designed. For instance, let's say, where am I? Well, you can grab GPS coordinates off your phone. There you are. There's your answer. But what if the question, where am I, was something of more of an internal question? What if a person was exploring a memory or a thought? Does it really answer the question? Because maybe in that case, the question, where am I, it becomes, what is on your mind?
mm,
It's just another version of that.
mm. The question, where am I, may sometimes be instead of physical, where am I, it could be mental, where am I?
Right.
Mm,
Thank you.
mm. Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
So I've expressed all the places that I am mentally, and already I'm exhausted and want to take the rest of the day off because I've just introduced 5 things, and I don't see how anyone's going to be able to come to any resolution with regards to those 5 things. I mean, with the exception of the easy ones, such as I can reach out to the adoptive mother and schedule a time tomorrow to do a gift exchange. I can, at a later time, write some notes for an argument for the trial that's coming. I can, um, I can continue to keep my eyes open for news coming through friends because I dare not get it through other people or mainstream sources because I can only count on them to tell me what the people who launched the war to begin with want me to believe.
You said something about weather. I did the weather. Like, what ways do you use? What do you use to get weather information?
I don't recall mentioning the weather. Maybe I used the word weather, but in the context, the use of the word that's WHETHER, as in or
No.
weather. Okay.
Oh wow! That's why I didn't understand it. I
I
must have heard
understand.
weather.
Or not.
I used and I thought of weather as in knowing what the temperature is, and I was thinking, oh, maybe he uses another app or something, or he
Let's see.
prefers to use another kind of way instead of the other way.
Well, I just launched the weather app on the iPhone here. It says it's 65 degrees. The high is going to be 73. It's raining 45% in 10 minutes, 40% at 9, and 35% at 10. And then it's only cloudy from 11 a.m. all the way through all of tomorrow. Sunset
Hmm.
tonight is at 6:24.
Yes, it's been kind of not so kind of dry. Yeah, we noticed that when we went to the river.
Oh, which river did you go to? Oh, you're talking about the one that we, yeah, the Econ Lakachi River.
Ikonolok Hachi.
Fantastic. Yep, yep.
It was low. So maybe it's been kind of dry for several months. So maybe it's good that we get some rain.
Yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
only ever a question of how much and paired with how much wind.
You don't want big floods. Sometimes.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there would have been the ancient kingdoms of Egypt without big floods.
Oh.
Same with Mesopotamia. Same
Mm.
with much of
Wow.
India, right? Because without the floods, you don't get the nutrients washing into the soil.
Mm.
Without the nutrients, then you can't grow the crops. Without the crops, you can't have the cities or the civilization.
And then you build dams, and that messes people
Yeah. Yeah.
downhill.
Or then you have to simulate the floods by making releases or come up with other ways to enrich the soil.
Wow. Complicated.
Yeah, well, not only that, but it's not necessarily only complicated because of mankind. It can also be complicated due to nature itself. I mean, take the example of the Mesopotamia and Egypt. Because there were salts in the highland from which the water was coming, there were salts then in the and that came with those floods, which gradually over time would build up in the soil, causing the crops to get less and less, which is why Mesopotamia lasted for a while, but then went away because you can't have a great big civilization without a successful food supply enabling the time in which to do nothing.
Wow.
Egypt didn't suffer that, so
Mm.
even though Mesopotamia rose to greater heights than Egypt, it also then fell while Egypt kept on chugging along, one kingdom after the next.
Mm. Wow. Interesting. Mesopotamia. Mesop- Now that's Iraq. Now,
Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
Baghdad.
yeah,
Babylon? Mm.
yeah, yeah. And there have been so many kingdoms and empires throughout time. What are we talking about when we're talking kingdoms and empires? Are we talking about strongmen or all those who go underneath, behind, and in front of them to enable them to have their name in history?
Wow. I mean, the Tower of Babel. Mm. Babel?
Yeah,
That
Babel.
was somewhere or in there. Maybe.
Yeah, Nimrod.
That's probably. Maybe I'm thinking that that's where the word Babylonia comes from. Babel? Maybe not. I don't know.
Could be.
Hmm.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, it either preceded or. What do you think about that? I think, in accordance with the narrative, if you're referencing the biblical narrative, and believe you'd be talking about Genesis. There's what, 50 chapters in that? Then you'd be talking about the period of time prior to Babylon.
Mm.
However, when you're talking about the compilation of Genesis, it would have been written during the time of Babylon. So it would have been um, Hebrew authors, people like Ezekiel and other writers. They're in the land of Babylon. And also, there would be this story that would be presented in Genesis describing why there are different human languages. which would have been speaking of ancient Babylon, which could have been millennia prior.
I read about it, the story, in an older form in a little book called the Book of J, and it has older forms of those stories, older than the ones in the standardized Bibles, you could say. And so, or maybe the Book of J is not real. It's just what scholars have decided, that there must have been a source to all those stories, so they put in the oldest versions of those stories and called it the Book of J. Maybe it was all oral tradition that eventually got written down.
Perhaps. I'm trying to avoid sitting in or laying in bed. So I do that, I'm going to go back to sleep.
Something about that story, or the author of the Book of J suggests that there was a play on words, like, well, at least in English, a play of words with when you babble, when you say something maybe incoherent, you're babbling. So maybe the word babble comes from the Tower of Babel. And I heard I was listening to a video on YouTube. Oh, I think he's considered the grandfather of AI. And he sounds like he's also a kind of a scholar of those ancient, or maybe I don't know, or he's fond of those stories, and he's comparing that story to what we're doing now. Oh, we're what are we doing now? We're undoing what was done with what was done in the story of Babel. What happened in that story? It sounds like God or whatever it was decided that. Oh, and he also mentioned cities. Like in the story, it talks about the Tower of Babel and the city of Babel. So it sounds like whatever organization or king or whatever had decided to build that tower, and then this authority above them or more powerful to them decided that no, you're not going to do that. and so they got their language got all scrambled up somehow. But now today we're in a situation where we're undoing this that happened to us, and so we're maybe that being above us or whatever it was is gonna prevent that again. but he's saying that with AI and all this, we're in that we can in almost in real time transcend our languages, so that what is it? Artificially, we have one language in a way, or one way, or we can understand each other. So our babbling, we're overcoming it. Something like that, he said, or I get the impression. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. Through AI and technology, we're coming together, so we're overcoming our differences in languages. And maybe in differences in faiths, in religions, by meeting up on Zoom on Fridays at 3 p.m. for the interface group. I
Is
went
that
to
a
it.
international or one that's local?
Interfaith group on
Yes.
Zoom. Maybe
Yes.
it started with someone in Detroit, but someone
Hello. Hello.
someone
Hi,
in
I'm Shaq.
Good morning,
someone
everyone.
in Orlando. Yeah, I went to a SOS, a a what, Science of Spirituality meeting
All right.
or event. I met this Sikh guy. Oh no, I didn't meet him there. I did see some Sikh guys there, but no, I at the memorial for Stoic Dan. I met a Sikh guy, and he gave me the information about the Zoom meetings they have on Friday.
Yo me voy para el gimnasio. Si tú
Okay.
sales un poquito la ella hizo pipí.
Hello.
Okay.
What is the
Hello,
answer of the
Abhishek.
reasoning question?
Where are you?
My
Abhishek.
village.
Well, can you show us your village? Oh, is that your village house? Did
I'm in grocery store.
Oh, wow.
So
That's a grocery store?
yeah.
Yeah, you're going to buy some rice? Oh, you're going to buy
Yeah.
some flour, colored flour for Holly?
Yeah. Hiram, what is the answer of the question which you post in your Facebook story? 87.
Hmm. Yes, I will share. Should I share? Oh no. Mhm. How can I do this? Oh, I will join with my other phone. Let's see if Rami can solve this puzzle for fun
As long as you mute one of them.
शनिवार
and entertainment.
शनिवार को बोला.
How? Oh, I can join like this. Hmm. Good. Mhm. Hmm. Oh, thanks. Oh no. Hello. Hello. Maybe I create a rap song. This microphone is mute, but it's still some. Interesting. Now I will share screen, entire screen. And now now now. Oh, have I? What is the number of the parking space covered by the car? Let's see. if I go to my photos and open it this way. Where is it? Here it is. Oh. Here it is. Oh, it doesn't open. Aha. What is the number? I get an idea. I'll just leave this one. This meeting. There we go. Okay. What's the number of the parking space covered by the car? That's what I wanted to post on my Facebook story and add some music to it, but I couldn't get it. I ended up posting the sideways view. So the answer is, if you turn the picture upside down, you will get the answer. Let's see.
I see.
Mm,
They fool you by painting the 8s upside down.
Get it. Get it. How do you do it? How can I flip it over?
Got it.
Maybe I have to go.
Yeah, how many issues are points of view issues? And then we overcomplicate things.
So the moral of the story is, if you change your perspective, point of view, get it? There. If you change your point of view, you will get the answer. If you turn it upside down, you will see that the car is parked on spot 87. Oh, wait a minute, but those numbers are upside down looking anyway.
Right, yeah.
But maybe they're supposed. Maybe they should have used a different font that made the 8 look the same either way. Anyway.
Well, that's what they would call in the magic world misdirection.
They misdirected us. I was trying to misdirect. Yes, Abhishek got the answer right because I showed him a version that was sideways. Let's see. Let's see the print. Oh, I deleted the version that had it sideways. For some reason, my Facebook doesn't want to post. Anyway, let me unshare. Oh, there's my Fairwinds card. How do I unshare? Oh, like that. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. So, how are we doing so far in doing nothing?
We're not
I
doing
wish
enough nothing.
to become a master of doing nothing and feeling good about it.
If we get any better at it, we might get thrown away. Here's the thing about nothing. You have to build a keep in order to get nothing done.
Build a what?
A keep.
A keep?
That's right.
What's a keep?
Well, in medieval Europe, you would have a motte and you would have a bailey, which is to say, essentially a wall. And then within the wall, you would build your home. And inside the home is where you would keep your family. And underneath your family, maybe in the lower floors or in your pantry, you would have a supply of food so that if the
Wow.
rest of the world went to hell outside, you would have your keep and you would have all your means for living safely within your wall.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a lot of work
It
they
is a lot
had
of
to
work to do
do
nothing, isn't it?
to get sort of protected from from the wild folks outside.
Yeah, out there in the
Yeah.
wild west of Europe. That's correct.
Hmm. 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 And then where did the philosophers come in? What the professional philosophers? That after a while, maybe the king decides, hmm, he says, has some time to do nothing, and then he asks the question, where am I?
Well, that's one path. Another way,
What
if
am
you
I
look at the
doing?
history of the founding of Oxford
So,
as an institution, for instance,
hmm,
the king in that case was like, "Why don't I just kill you?" And the philosopher came up with a utilitarian answer as to why not. And thus was born education for the purpose of some end. But Newman in the 19th century was like, there has to be education for the purpose of abstract learning that has no specific utility. In other words, just for the pleasure of it. And that
mhm.
should be what occupies the mind of man in his spare time, because that is what creates gentlemen. And the university's purpose then was to generate gentlemen.
Oh, professional gentleman.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
What percentage of the population gets to be professional gentlemen? Is
That's a
there
wonderful
supply and
question.
demand?
Well,
Back.
if the AI thing were operating out of a 19th century world and the AI were operating within robots doing all of our farming work and all of our manufacturing work and all of our sales and delivery work, which could all very well become a reality within the coming decade.
Hmm.
Then the question is, are we going to have many more gentlemen, or are we going to have a mass kill off? Because it seems
Hmm.
to me that it's going to be one end of the spectrum or the other, or some sort of half-assed, unthinking, or thinking, some combination of thinking too will be present,
Hmm.
um, middling way between the two extremes. And then at that point, it's also going to be a question of um, if you have it where everyone becomes a gentleman. I'm not saying everyone per se, because there'll still be labor and birthing humans, and that's carrying and birthing and raising a child. Those are all well, by the early 20th century, Chesterton put it this way. He declared that the family was the end, that all of civilization was meant essentially to create an environment in which children would be able to flourish. Now, what we've grown up with is a generation that were marketed to from the beginning, um, and in a way, who have remained children. And now they're mostly in the age of retirement and there's dying off, which means that for 2 generations now, instead of creating bedrock or foundation for the coming successive generations, which is what prior generations did, these people only 2 degrees grew up. In other words, grew in such a way that they'd be able to fulfill the desires planted in their hearts by advertisers. Which has made people slaves to their desires, which has undercut the um, the prior wisdom, which was to say that we do things so that the next generation will live. Well, maybe they did some of that, but they also spent a heck of a lot of time just living. And it's hard to fault them for that, but at the same time, if everyone did that, you would need 18 Earths to supply all their desires. And we have just but the one Earth. So it gets back to your question, Hyro. What percentage of the population can be gentlemen? Those who study things, abstract knowledge just for the joy of learning them. The utilitarian answer would be just enough as are necessary to be able to solve the problems that those people would be able to solve. In other words, it may seem as though certain things are unnecessary, but the study of the history of technological development often has become um, or has come about by the study of abstract things that had no practical application for 50 or 100 or even several hundred years, but which nonetheless came in handy and became applied knowledge once the underlying problems that would enable that um, level or degree or process of thinking had produced in artifacts. An example of that would be mathematical proofs in calculus. Um, People were coming up with ways of solving problems before the problems were even presenting themselves. Now, was it because they were trying to solve problems that were similar in form, but because they wrote them out in abstract ways, it turned out that because they were abstracted, these other people were able to take the same solution methods and apply them to this other similar form of problem and create working solutions via that could have been it. Um, could it be that there was no necessity to begin with, but it was just something that presented in the mind of certain people, and they were like, "Oh, well, let me write this down." And then it got published in a book, and then that person died, and then 100 years later, someone else picked up that book and started reading it and went, "Hold on, here's the answer to the problem that I've been trying to solve."
Oh. Amazing.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's always my favorite question. Where do ideas come from?
Wow, where do ideas come from?
Right.
What if ideas are being promoted by spirits of idea spirits?
Well, I wonder that
Yeah,
too. I think
spirit.
sometimes that ideas are like seeds that get thrown across humanity, and maybe only, let's say, 60 seeds are tossed, and only two or three, one or even zero of them ever sprout in the mind of a person producing an artifact. What if they're tossed continually and all throughout the world, but they only flourish in very rare cases, or in certain cases? What if
The survival of the fittest ideas.
I wouldn't put it, I'm not placing it in those
Yeah,
terms. I'm saying, what if the answers to all of our problems have been thrown out for millennia from the spiritual realm into the minds of men? And it's really just been a question of whether or not the minds were fertile enough and dedicated enough to, in some way, record the idea and then the development of the idea.
What is an idea? Hmm. Hmm. Not an idea. Hmm. Should an idea be practical? Is the practicality a major factor of producing an idea? There are abstract ideas.
Yes. The word idea, this is coming from Etymology Online, or online etymology, sorry. The word idea originates from the Greek idea with a accent agu over the e, meaning form, pattern, look of a thing, which stems from idean to see, rooted in the Proto-Indo-European weid, wed, to see or to know.
Wow, Ved, like the Vedas.
That's right. You're right. Thank you. It entered English in the late 14th century. That'd be the back in the 1300s. Initially referring to Platonic archetypes or mental forms. The meaning shifted from visual form to mental image in the 1610s. Okay, then there are five bullets. I don't know if you want me to read them. I can do it for a while because maybe it'll help to develop the soil of our minds. Key etymological details. Bullet one, root meaning. The connection to seeing highlights that an idea was historically understood as a mental picture or a form that is perceived. And you know what? I'm going to see if I can share my screen.
Mm, yeah.
Let's see. Share. And I guess this. No, that's not it. Share. First time attempting. Oh, here we go. Just share screen. Screen broadcast. Start broadcast. Am I sharing now? Okay, it says I'm sharing now. So
Mm-hmm. Using an iPhone.
yes, that's right. Platonic philosophy. Originally, it meant an archetypal immaterial pattern or the perfect abstract form of an object as described by Plato. Evolution. The word moved from Greek idea to Latin idea and eventually into English related words. It is a cognate of the word wit from the Proto-Indo-European word ved and shares roots with the words like video and evidence. Modern usage by the 1640s, it developed its modern, broader meaning of a result of thinking or conceptual plan. essentially, an idea is etymologically what you see in your mind.
Hello.
have an idea.
Yes, Abshak.
Uh, I came to milk dairy in my near from my home. Look, this is the milk testing machine.
Okay,
A what testing machine?
Milk.
Milk?
nice. And why do you have a milk testing machine? Is it to make sure that milk is safe, free of bacteria? Oh,
Quality.
oh, good. That's important. So clean, nicely swept
Very big.
patio.
Very big dairy.
Yes.
Wow. Where are you?
In my village.
Who's home? Oh, there's a lot of milk there, probably. Is that like
Yeah.
a, a milk distribution center? Or where you can buy milk? Or what?
Or,
Dairy.
or you have a cow.
Do they do they milk the cows to get the milk? Maybe they bring the containers of milk there and have them tested. Do they pasteurize milk over there? Mhm.
Well, if you have a testing machine to see whether or not it's going to make you ill, there wouldn't be a need to pasteurize the milk.
Wow, that's a good idea.
It's a very good idea because then you'll have the full nutrition of the milk, something we rarely get here in the West, or at least in the United States of America, where there's a regulation requiring it to be done because of certain practices that occurred in the New York, New Jersey area. They were abusing cows, and then they weren't giving them enough space, and then bacteria load was building up in
Wow.
the product, and then it caused a bunch of people to get sick. So the government reacted, made pasteurization a blanket wide
Oh no.
requirement, and then now when people want to sell milk that's not run through that process, they can have their farm shut down and their property seized, and it's a big mess.
Hmm. I get sick when I hear about what makes us sick, and yet we hmm, we've overcome many diseases. Well, by being cleaner. Hmm.
Right.
Man.
That's right. Yeah. The problem isn't to take the product and make it clean. I mean, the real solution is to provide a clean environment for the cows to live within, right?
And build up our immune system
That
so
too.
we can handle when it's not so clean or not so free of whatever bacteria.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then there's good bacteria. How to increase our good bacteria in our gut.
Yep. A holistic approach.
Oh, amazing. Hmm. and then and then there's dog food.
What about dog food? Are you feeding Nia? Naya? Maya?
Naya,
Naya.
there's hmm.
You mean how it guarantees a certain amount of um, not raw but crude protein? Because dogs need protein. Mm.
I gave Naya blueberries.
I'm sure that's okay to a degree.
An infomercial about dog food, and so some things that are you shouldn't give them, and some things that you should. And one of them was that was mentioned was blueberries. So I gave him some first. Yeah, didn't want them, and I threw them on the floor, and eventually, she swept them away into her mouth.
Okay. What are your protein sources, Hyro? How do you get the necessary amino acids to power your brain?
Mm,
Do you eat nuts?
mm.
Or are you counting on plant-based proteins solely?
Hey, I had rice and lentils. Oh,
Lentils. Okay, so you're getting them through the lentils. Is your brain, does it get sad easily?
mm, mm. Could be. Mm.
Oh,
Low energy. Mm.
yeah. Yeah, there's a book called The Omnivore's Dilemma about is this safe to eat or not? And also, what are the ethical implications of eating this? At least that's what I imagined in the book. I've never picked it up or read it. I've only heard of it. Abhishek, how do you make sure your brain gets enough amino acids?
He listens to his body.
Right. So I put it in that context because our brains are primarily composed of amino acid. It is a specific kind of animal material that requires building blocks by which to grow. So that which is good for our muscles is also often good for our brains, and we need those things in order to have um, something of a strong, but also of a healthy sense. Now, it's possible to live completely off of plants and vegetables, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But some people, they get depressed if that's all they're eating. So it could be that some people have to eat other animals to survive or to live healthily, but other people don't. Now, can one people judge the other people because they conduct in that process? And if they do, does that not cause potential conflicts? And then how do you resolve those conflicts? Do you just agree to live apart? Because I know these ways of thinking or going about living, um, even that enough is enough to cause consternation between peoples. Do they have McDonald's in India?
Mm.
They have McDindia.com. Let me see. I want to know what's in the. Okay, so it looks like they're serving chickens as their primary menu item. Interesting. McDonald's India North and East strikes a chord with its campaign. We get it. You've got this. We've got you. This is kind of odd or strange to me. Does it become a? Has anyone ever boycotted McDonald's in India?
Hmm.
Like
Hmm.
as a form of cultural imperialism, I wonder.
Hmm.
Come on, here we go.
Hmm.
You've got this. We've got you. Eat animals, I think is what it's trying to tell us.
Hmm.
'Cause, I mean, does it become a kind of indoctrination?
Hmm.
So you're saying you're on the go, you're in a hurry. Here, eat this animal. It'll help power you through your day if you just do this. But does not run against
What percentage of Indians are vegetarians? Maybe
yeah.
30.
You think it's only 30? I would have thought that it would be higher. I mean, that's like a primary issue, right? I don't
Maybe
know.
those who are born Brahmin caste. Maybe they're the most vegetarian.
Maybe it's the other way around. I don't know.
I'm guessing. Hmm.
There was a
Yeah.
video, but I didn't want to play it because it might come into conflict,
Mhm. Hmm.
So there's a box, but what's in the box? Okay. Oh, it's a cheesy mushroom and a cheesy chicken. So they do a mushroom patty. That's nice. Now I want to eat a mushroom patty. Let me see. What do they have?
Do they
So-
have? Oh, they have veggie supreme McMuffin. Oh, they have a veggie McMuffin with grilled spinach, egg egg and sausage. What if I'm a vegetarian that can't eat eggs? Do they
Vegan,
substitute?
egg supreme.
Just dropped by to say good morning, and I must run to the Aurora meeting today.
All right. Thank you for dropping by. Maybe we should go to the Aurora meeting and call it quits here today, or maybe I should take a nap.
What is the Aurora meeting?
It could be referring to the Aurora Philosophy Institute. In fact, let me check my email. Adios, mi amigo. I'm gonna see if I can find some info. Aurora.
What time do you expect your brother wrong?
I don't.
Tomorrow, I will.
When do-
On Saturday.
Yes, that's like, where you throw colored flour on at each other? I think in India.
Sounds fun.
There's a there's a big Holly Fest in some s- elementary school in Sanford area. It's about 15 minutes from here. All day. Or I could go to the Chinese Buddhist temple where they're starting a class on the Heart Sutra.
Well, one
Mm,
thing's for certain, we're not going to be able to go to the Aurora event because it's going to be in person.
Me?
That's out for us.
What about connecting? Mm, What about when one does a religious ritual and that connects one to the spirit? Is that mm, a way to do nothing, to do something by doing nothing? Or maybe it's doing nothing by doing something.
Well, it's certainly more towards the abstract versus the utilitarian implied, but it does come with a certain amount of utility, does it not? Because it serves as a connecting, it serves as a place and a process through which to have a connecting experience with the divine, which I think again is another aspect of what people like maybe Ben Forbes Griffith would consider as nothing.
What if one joins a or submits to or is called to become a monk and one finds oneself chanting some Gregorian chants or something like that. Mm, mm, mm. So, how does that work to connect one to spirit? Mm. One is doing something, but it's nothing. Mm. It does. It seems so abstract. It has seems to serve no material purpose. Or
Seems was your keyword. Just because you cannot see a thing doesn't mean that the thing is not.
mm,
I mean, history is full of many cases where we did not see bacteria, and yet bacteria, their presence made all the difference in outcome. Yes or no? At least according to the germ theory of medicine and disease.
germs,
Yep.
healing, guns. Oh my. Mm. What will we find next? Maybe there's spiritual germs, spiritual bacteria that we cannot see scientifically. We have no absolutely, there will be no scientific instruments to detect these spiritual bacteria, viruses, and they're all over the place.
Well, you've perhaps heard of the phrase mind virus.
Mm.
The idea of through the application of fear, there can be the installation of control. I think that that has actually been developed into a science.
Ages. What if we're spreading a certain fear through Zoom right now?
Well, what fear would we be spreading?
Of the fear that they're spreading through mind viruses. Oh my. What about the fear of AI? Could that be could that be a non-fear or a false fear? Could it be that there's nothing to fear about AI? Or is it a real fear, something that we haven't figured out how to prevent, or we're looking at possibilities and we see that they could happen, so we have to figure out how to prevent them. Mm.
Well, two things. One, the problem is so large, and two, not everyone sees it as problem. Several would see it as opportunity. So not only are there perspectives, but there are enframings. So perspectives are what we naturally come to see in accordance with our experiences and our perspective and our vantage point. Now our vantage is there's the physical advantage or vantage, and then there's the that which is seen because we have experience. Sometimes only through experience are we able to see certain possibilities. Now, apart from all those things, are then the enframing, um, the most popular known method of enframing would be the Overton window, that which is captured by the mainstream media, and which therefore goes on to define what is and what is not acceptable in terms of what one is allowed, quote unquote, allowed to see uh, or to consider. And in this way, the people who possess or own the media get to define what is proper groupthink and what is, in essence, illegal to think about or to witness. Now, why do we allow certain things like these enframings given to us by these media owners? Why do we give them any purchase with regard to what it is that we are going to choose to see and or think about and or discuss?
Because held to accept what they're presenting us. Mhm. Or we feel that if we ignore them, then we'll be out of touch.
Something I realized about Canada, it's a place that people travel from. I've always wanted to visit the place, but not since this decade.
You've been to Canada? Let's see. Was it once or twice? Oh, twice. One time, I think the most recent time was when I was sent there from my U.S. Air Force Base. Where was I? Biloxi? Yes, Biloxi, Mississippi. I was stationed there. They sent they sent me to which one did they send me to first? Was it Puerto Rico or Baffin Island in Canada in the Arctic Circle? Which one was done? I forget. Wow. And
Hello.
before that,
Hi, I'm Chuck.
Niagara Falls.
How's your mother?
Wow.
Good.
How's your brother?
Good.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
How are you? How's your father?
Mm.
Hmm, hmm, hmm. Wow. Looks like stupas.
It's part of a photo set. I passed by a Hindu temple yesterday
Hmm.
here in Central Florida.
Wow. That looks like a skating rink.
Yeah.
Interesting. Dominoes. Cadillac. Oh, a park. TC Burgers. Oh, our dog and company. Oh, what do they do there? Our dog and company.
Specialty pet products is what it read in the title.
Oh, LA Fitness. Maybe I should go there to do my exercise.
That's a good idea.
Remember.
There are big exercise balls at this hotel. I haven't quite figured out what all to do with them. I suppose I'm supposed to hold it out in front of me and do squats or something.
They're
Oh,
sick.
Lord.
Oh, no. Those are the ones that you hop on them. Exercise balls, like medicine balls. Mm,
Yeah, I got a picture of them.
wow. Hmm. Even when one is doing exercise, one is doing nothing. One is not doing something productive.
They
Like
are. They're building to. They're breaking to build back up
they're
their muscles. They're shaping their body, or improving their cardiovascular.
like when I go outside to do the gardening. Oh, that's what I could do today. I could go to Home Depot and buy some clippers, some of those big giant scissors to cut branches. Hmm, hmm. Or yes, thin, not real thick branches, but to trim. Yeah, not yeah, manual cutting, trimming. Because the one I have is not very good. It'll still cut, but it takes long. So maybe I can go to Home Depot and get a good one. Because my sister wants me to cut the dead stuff. Or the dead stuff. So that's something that I I see I'll get exercise from it, and I'll also be doing something. Doing something. What's the word? Productive. Fruitful. Mm, of benefit to others. Hmm. Wow. Okay. Wow. Norman Vincent Peale. I found a channel of clips and stuff. Hmm. So, what have we covered today? Idea. Where where the ideas come from? So, hmm, what percentage of ideas become fruitful? Or maybe all ideas have potential to be fruitful, beneficial, or maybe destructive. Hmm. But what about super abstract ideas that don't seem to have any purpose, any applied? They're non-applied ideas. Like non-applied maths. What is that?
Do you know the problem with applied? Applied only fits within a frame, but the same level of thinking that generates our problems cannot be solved. Well, quite often cannot be solved. You cannot produce answers utilizing the same level of thinking that produced the problems. In other words, you have to expand your field, you have to expand your thinking, you have to expand the inputs. Now, if your education system is only teaching that which provides utility, and the utility is defined by a certain degree or scope of thinking, then you run the risk persistently of producing students incapable of producing solutions. In other words, you've wasted their time and
Oh
you've
no.
wasted the time of the people who are doing the institution, and you've produced nothing of value. All you've got are people who know how to operate a system that doesn't work anymore and has already been replaced by
Oh no.
those who figured out how to produce something better. So that's a persistent and constant risk. It's a danger. If you think too utilitarian, then you will um, quickly become outpaced by the actual, and that's a very real problem. If you got people who all they know how to do is to criticize inside the box, that's like a worthless person. Or the person themselves isn't worthless, but their skill set is, because they're not really creating any value. They're just stealing people's time and energy. And so much of academics, I would say, in this country have become just that, a waste of time and energy. And the people of my children's generation have already seen and recognized that. Because the point of the university is to create an environment wherein the abstract can be explored, but the force of non-thought has produced institutions that are controlled from the top down externally to only see within a certain framework or in framing or context. And that's good if you want to operate yesterday's machinery, but it's useless if you want to operate or build out the new solutions that the market demands. So then you wind up having just a very few set of institutions that understand that aspect. And the rest, well, they're just going to go the way of the dodo bird.
Oh.
You know, 1 foot stomping on it, and it's over.
Mm. So, what about an engineering degree?
To what end? What are you trying to engineer?
Does an engineering degree prepare one to solve real problems?
It can, if there's a market for those solutions.
Oh no.
Sometimes the market's saturated with engineering graduates more than there are demands for engineering solutions.
They perhaps they are only um, uh, given templates to that can only be applied to problems that were um, the the templates that they get from the courses that they took. They can apply those to real world problems if the real world problems are just like the ones that they were given to solve. They're given a set of, okay, you got this problem and here's the solution.
Yes.
Memorize it. But then can they think outside the box and come up with an, a solution that's not quite what was given in the coursework?
Well, let's stop and give what being inside the box its due deserves. First of all, um, if your subject is engineering, physicality hasn't changed throughout the course of human experience. If you can produce a solution that is cost effective, then you're going to be in demand for as long as there's demand for such solutions. Um, so if you need to build a building, then you're going to want a structural engineer. And if you're going to build um, a roads or a sewers network, you're going to need civil engineers and hydrologists. And if you're going to uh, want computing systems, then you're going to need electrical and computer engineers.
Mm.
Now, if you want innovative computing systems, then you're going to need to incorporate um, maybe quantum scientists and people who are studying those realms of it. But still, you're going to need some avenue that that is an environment through which ideas may be received, innovative ideas, and you don't necessarily know where the ideas are going to come from or how they're going to develop. Um, because the breakthroughs don't always come through the research branches of universities. Sometimes they come through people like Edison, who employs a bunch of other people whose job it is to brute force or through whatever any other means that they may come up with. Maybe it's through a dream that they get this idea to try this certain thing, or maybe it's just through tinkering. Um,
Okay.
but there has to be a demand, and there has to be a reward.
Mm.
Last night at the Pursuit of Liberty Orlando Stoics week 5 event, a doctor, who's retired now, he brought up the Wright Flyer. Well, where did that come about from? Well, the military had put out a proposal and was looking for a solution to a problem, a flying machine. And these people at a bicycle shop were tinkering, and they worked on that because they were ultimately in pursuit of a prize. So, in other words, there was an incentive to solving the problem. Now, if you want to have a problem solved, you're going to want to create a prize for the problem solvers.
Hmm.
I see a lot of problems where the incentive is the other thing, where there are people who benefit from the problem. And if anything, they don't want the problem solved, because if the problem becomes solved, then their lifestyle goes away, or the means to their lifestyle goes away. So I
Mm.
see us fixed in a series of, I'm not going to call them societal straitjackets,
Mm.
but harnesses, so that everyone else ends up working for a very small set of people who figured out our how to engineer our financial system in such a way so that
Mm.
no matter what happens, they're getting a piece of the action.
Oh no.
It's an unfair money system. And there are incentives set up to maintain it. And we're all kind of being held back as a result of that. But maybe that's just my perspective. Maybe we're advancing in some ways because of that. But it seems to me to produce so much externality that the people who benefit from the system are incentivized to hide away or ignore that externality. And what do I mean by externality? Well, I mean, it creates perverse incentives to keep the immigration um, uh, processes in our country purposely difficult, and it encourages illegal activity, because once you bring people in illegally, that means they are under the frame of fear. And when they're under the frame of fear, that means you can treat them as less than human. And because, we'll report you to the authorities, never mind the fact that they're actually profiting from the exploitation. And then the politicians can get in and say, well, if we bring more of these people in, they'll become voters and keep us in office. And then the other politicians can be like, well, we've got to get rid of all these people, otherwise the other party will remain in office. So then we wind up in a situation where warehouses are turned into micro concentration camps until people can be deported. Or, um, I mean, to what extent are we living this ridiculous world where people are being left to die in the cold, who are blind, who are escaping being thrown away? That's the greatest injustice of all is the treatment of human beings not as objects to love, but as objects to use, or as objects to begin with at all. I mean, even if you go to Disney World, I remember in the 1980s, the Horizons exhibit. They talk about all the different and various resources, and then they talk about the most valuable resource, human resources, which is to say, the objectification of mankind
Wrong.
as a tool.
Wrong.
Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. No, no.
So I guess that's where I am. Thank you for providing an environment.
Love you, Kyra.
Mm. Bio eugenics. Organization. Who? Council of Eugenics. International Federation of Eugenics. Mm. Wow.
Society for the Study of Social Biology, and disbanded in 2019.
Mhm.
So where did those people go then?
Mm.
These things don't go away. They just disappear from the light.
Mm.
Maybe we should find. Sure.
There's a phone right there.
I mean, just
I'll dial it for you. You tell me what, and then I'll leave the room so you can speak with her in private. Oh my God. I'm wondering if I should go to an acupuncturist or a podiatrist because I can't feel the toes on my right foot anymore. It just feels like they're ballooned. It came from the day when I walked 50 kilometers. I started noticing it then. All right, I'm gonna place myself on pause for a moment while I dial a phone number.
Mm. Okay. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Oh wow. There's the gym. Mm. Oh.
There's our contemporary version of the Tower of Babel. It's the broadcast tower to 89.9 FM, along with
Wow.
some microwave transmitters, along with some 5G antennas.
89.9.
And if the
Yeah.
very top of the steeple disappears into the mist.
Jazz and more.
What time is it?
9:17.
Oh, I can go into the pool area now.
Hmm. Oh my. I feel all kinds of urges. Urges? Compelling urges
Go on.
that may impulse me. Impulse me? It
Okay, go on.
may motivate me. It may it may help me create new problems to solve.
Okay.
How to solve problems. How to solve our human problems. Maybe I should read that book. How to solve our human problems. Maybe the answer is by not creating problems.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, how do we not create problems? A, don't make promises, and B, the promises we make live up to them.
Hmm.
I'm dealing with all the consequences of someone who decided not to live up to their promise.
Hmm.
That's why I'm at this place today.
Wow. Hmm.
Sorry.
Oh, I'll start a new company. A startup company called Problem Dissolvers.
Ah, what do? Go into people's homes, knock them out with chloroform, stick them in the bathtub, and then melt them with acid? No, I don't think so. That would be
Well,
wrong.
we will
People aren't
mentally.
problems. It's people's behavior that are inconsistent with their words that are the problem.
What if all problems are mind created? So, in order to solve problems, we must dissolve the problems at their source in the mind, and we look at the problems and we try to convince our clients that there's no problem there.
Well, that's a
So,
very Buddhist approach because it's saying that your problem is your what is it? Your wanting, your desire,
hmm.
and if you eliminate your desire, you've eliminated your problem. But it doesn't solve
the conventional, the
well.
conventional problem.
It'd be like saying you have an expectation for justice. If you eliminate your expectation for justice, then there is no problem. Meanwhile, your village is being destroyed, but you don't worry about things like justice. So whatever may come may be. You are destroyed, whatever may come may be. That's great. You went through your existence and then you were destroyed and then you were forgotten about, which I suppose is fine. But at the same time, how many people are going to amor themselves into non-existence like that in a peaceful way?
Mm, okay. I'm going to change that startup. Its mission statement. I will rename the company. How to accept your problems. No, but I should call it something else.
Wolfstorff, a guy out of Yale, he said that there are really only two problems in the end. That is
What?
the evil in our hearts and death.
The evil in our hearts and death.
Mhm.
The evil in our hearts. Mm. Mm. Rose. Mm. 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 Oh, I am. And some hearts. Back. Mm. Oh.
So I would have this guy who would try and.
Mm.
I think I need to go buy some clothes. Uh,
Mm.
but before I can do that, I need to go get my wallet.
Mhm. Yes. The the urge to get something requires something else. So you have to get that something else in order to get this other something that you had a compelling urge to get.
But then
So,
it's not a compelling. It's not like it's not even an internal. I mean, it's. I think I'm picking up on other people smelling the fact that it's been 2 weeks since I've been in a different change of them. So it's more like a very small internal response to an external pressure,
Mm.
which is fine. I mean, sooner than later is probably the way to go. I've just been delaying it out of the hope that I would be able to gain access to my clothes sooner, but it turns out I'm not going to be able to do that because the mechanic is not home this weekend and the replacement engine did not arrive till yesterday and he's not installing it till Monday, which means it probably won't be ready to go when I have to leave Wednesday to be where I need to be Thursday.
Wow.
So I need to book a bus up to the place I'm going to go be in trial, and I also have to prepare all my documents too.
Wow. All those things to do.
Yeah,
How
yeah. How?
do
That's the other
how
problem. I don't feel like I've got like I've
you use AI assistant or
no,
Google?
I don't. There is no like tool for any of this. And I fail every time I forget a step.
Oh.
Or I don't so much fail as get hurt, which I suppose is a kind of fail, because I'm failing myself.
Oh.
Like just like I failed to stick the key card in my pocket before I went out the door.
Wow.
And that's the biggest loss in this whole no longer being married thing. Because I already know I'm absent-minded, but now I'm going to be absent-minded and alone, which means I'm probably going to wind up in the street in about 18 months.
Oh. I, I've got an
Not
idea.
making a radical change. Go ahead. What's your idea, Harold?
Bit of an AI girlfriend. I'm gonna start up a AI wife. It's
Yeah,
a secretary, keeps track of what you have to do.
that's right. That's gonna you've just come across the the killer app of the AI age, Harold. Congratulations. It's built into every phone and is able to keep you on track, and it is somehow secure. That's a challenge in and of itself because that person is going to be so in touch with your daily goings and comings and doings that if anyone wanted to mess with you, all they'd have to do is do so by way of that agent that would be
Oh,
your assistant.
wow.
I don't mean to interrupt your conversation, but could I have a song request, please?
Of course, what song do you want? And then I've got to leave the room.
Take the long way on my super train.
Okay, I'm gonna set up that song and I'm gonna walk out the door now that I've got my wallet. I'd be happy to set you up with that, mother.
Mhm. Yes. Wow. Mm. Oh, oh, yes. I'm gonna cook some rice. That's my breakfast. I'm gonna break my
Right.
fast.
It's only gonna work if the Wi-Fi is working, and the Wi-Fi was not working because the power went out in the hotel earlier, and I haven't seen the Wi-Fi come back online since that occurred back when I was left the first time.
Oh, no. Where did the rice go?
Can't
I
help. Sorry.
think I put it over there.
I can't play anything without Wi-Fi, is what I'm saying.
Wasn't.
Oh,
What do you mean wanted?
Go
oh no,
ahead.
Why did you run out? She.
and the rice.
What?
Because I have holes in my brain. I have a memory that is shot full of holes, not shot full of holes, but effectively missing parts that allow me to make the connections that I need to do these things. It doesn't matter what age I am, if my memory is going, it's going.
Sorry to interrupt your rant.
I thought you were ranting, and I was trying to raise my voice and attempt to keep you from ranting at me, and thus dominating and becoming this person that steals all my time and energy and leaves me like an empty husk.
You're projecting.
Well, you can say what you want to say.
Be so patient with Ivan, who is autistic, and yet so very, very rude and impolite with your own mother.
Well, it starts with her rudeness, quite frankly. Yes, it is. It is. Well, when you don't allow people to sleep, it's kind of like one of those issues. You can either be considerate to other people's needs, or you can just run roughshod over them because you feel that because your sense of entitlement. Okay, thank you. And this is why I can't live with this person. You'll see why living homeless would actually be preferable. I'm gonna get a jacket. Yeah, toodles to you too.
Here's my rice in the rice cooker bowl. There you go.
It's just a little flare up between mother and son.
Great. Yeah.
The issue starts with my mother because she has holes in her brain too.
Oh, girl. Better than midnight oil, right?
I don't know. Free associate all you like. Right, not overdressing for the temperature. I think the high is supposed to be 73, but it's hard to tell how to dress when you see it, even when you've lived in this environment for as long as I have.
That's Ira, what's his favorite band from Australia? Minute Order, Better Make It Waits.
I didn't know Bare Naked Ladies were Australian. I thought they were American.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Is this the coffee that you made, Mom?
That's yours, Ron. I use a mug. Like a mug shot.
All right. This is how I know
I must have it, please.
I'm in a bad space because I made a coffee earlier. I forgot that I made it. Then I made a second coffee. No, I forgot that I had not finished the first coffee. I would have finished the first coffee had I been paying better attention. But it seems like attention isn't even something I can afford anymore. But then again, that could be because I've got a maniacal person for a mother who gives not a care with regard to the consequences of her own actions. A person has to be able to sleep at night to be able to have memories. And she doesn't believe that people ought to have the right to sleep. In other words, whether she intends to be or not, she's a functional sadist. And it's people like this, but whether they intend to be or not, that cause me to want to live in a cabin in the woods, apart from others.
On Walden.
Yeah, exactly. Have one's personal Walden experience. It's not healthy to be around people who aren't healthy towards you. It doesn't work, and you're just gonna lose. Let me show you something.
Hmm.
So this is where a pond would be. Ah, jeez. That's what I get for not paying attention. Wrench to the head. Okay.
Wait a minute. I shouldn't eat the bread with the.
Look, I still have Spanish moss from that branch on my shoulder. Maybe this is how the stuff got to Florida. They must have brought it over in packing material of ships and then used it for pillows and laid it on some trees, and it took root and became just a constant, persistent aspect of the environment. One of those invasive species.
Is it bad for the trees?
Well, I mean, it can block the sunlight potentially, but obviously it's not so bad that it prevents the trees from existing. So they've come up. It's essentially a vine. I've taken a good look at it. I don't know if it's ever feeding off the trees. It could be a symbiotic relationship or simply a parasitic relationship. I haven't figured that much out yet. Because it would be taking some resources from the soil that would otherwise be going to the trees.
Hmm.
So these memorials. Oh, here we go. This is a pet cemetery. If love could have saved you, you would have lived forever. Two of them. Wait a moment. Did I just step on a grave? This could be multiple pets have been buried here. So when Naya goes, you'll have to bury, like you did with that opossum, her in the ground too. Unless you take her to one of the pet cremation facilities.
Wow.
And the same with all of your relatives, your family members. And it's eventually the same with the remains of your body. And
Wow.
then you can ask the question, where are you?
Wow. Good question at that time.
Right.
When I'm dead and I don't know I'm dead, oh, maybe that's a good practice. I'll ask myself the question, where am I? Every half hour throughout the day. Then maybe when I'm dreaming, I'll ask myself that question, where am I? Then I'll know I'm dreaming.
Oh, there you are.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, when old men dream dreams, there's a line of that in the Bible. I forget exactly where. It's about, it's in the same chapter about the defending of the wall.
Wow.
I think it's along the lines of if something like if the Lord is not with the city, then the night watchman guards in vain.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Where are you? Rami, where are you walking to?
I am going to go to the raceway where I'm going to buy a fresh T-shirt.
No, you're going to the raceway? Is that like a racetrack? Like a gas
That's
station?
right. That's right.
Hmm?
Have I reached a dead end?
Oh no, he was trying to get to it through a shortcut and he got lost. Maybe good thing he has GPS navigation on his phone.
Oh, I also have a sense of direction that's internal still.
Oh,
And the scale of this place is small enough that I can still maneuver it.
and you could look up at the sky and see where the sun is. That might help.
No, it's overcast. That's not going to help me. I just happen to know that over there is the hotel. So the question is, can I maneuver through this bush?
Oh no,
Do I want to maneuver through this bush, or do I want to go around to where it's more clear?
this is exciting adventures of Rami through the forest.
Yeah.
How's the rice going? It's cooking. Yes, I'm going to eat rice for breakfast. In other words, I will break my fast with rice. I hope it's mushy rice, kind of sushi. No, but I think it's, what am I cooking? What kind of rice am I cooking? I think it's a basmati. No, maybe it's jasmine. I forget. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Jasmine. Yeah, it's jasmine rice. I'll put it away. Thai momo mali. Thai fragrant long grain. Yes, looks good.
All right, do you see this vine? You see these?
See the vine?
Yeah, the
Oh,
vine that runs up the tree,
oh no.
coming
Wow.
right off the roots.
Is that hurting the
Is that
tree?
its own root or is that part of the tree roots? I
Wow.
cannot really tell.
Could it be another type of plant or it's its own tree doing that?
Well, here's more of the same. More
No,
vine. There's the tree. There's the vine.
no, it's a thick
And
vine.
this is where it ends. That's the tip of it. It's the Spanish moss.
What? That
Yeah,
that vine is part of the Spanish moss?
that's right.
Oh no.
It's more of the same.
How could that
Here, the
be?
roots going down into the ground aren't as thick. They're more of the same.
So if you cut that vine, will the Spanish moss die?
I think so. Or if it's otherwise broken, here's see these
Because it
hanging down things. This is the same. This is the branch structure to the moss minus the moss. There.
oh
You see
no.
how it hangs back down again? So it goes up along the tree, creeps, and then hangs down almost to the forest floor,
Why?
maybe just 2 feet above it. And here we have an example of the same. And you can see how the actual leafy part, the mossy part that we think of as the moss, are basically the leaves. Or maybe it's not the leaves. Maybe it's a different sort of organ. Because there, if you look, there are actual leaves coming off the end of it. So there is a leaf component to moss. And there you see it.
Could it be used for catching something that's blowing in the air?
The moss, yeah, it could be. It could be that those are organs designed to catch carbon to develop its growth. Do you know how we lose our weight, Hydro? All of
Huh?
us mammalians. Do you know how we physically, like the mechanical process by which we lose our weight?
No.
We exhale it.
Oh wow.
Yes, we inhale oxygen and we exhale the oxygen back out plus carbon, 2 carbons.
Oh, here's the solution to all my exercise problems. I will just exhale all the time. No, maybe
Well,
not.
you're doing that anyway. There's
I will.
actually a complex methodological process. I mean, the inputs and the outputs are very simple, but everything in between involved chains of hydrocarbons, organic chemistry that are 50 and 60 elements in length. And
But
it goes through not just one stage, but it goes through several stages. Because remember, you're ingesting carbon, and you're also breaking in. Your body is making and breaking bonds, which takes energy. In the end, you have to be spending more energy than you're bringing into yourself, right? If it's the other way around, you're gaining weight. And if it's about the same, and we're spending energy all the time, just
what do you
keeping up our temperature, for instance,
what do you think?
then we're, go ahead.
What do you think, Naya? Do you find this thought provoking meditation profound?
A
Wow.
lot of obesity
What
can
if?
come by way of fear and of stress
What?
because your body can produce cortisol, which encourages it to literally keep or to store energy. And then we get fat by way of the persistent, stressful lifestyle that our modernity and our way of thinking about our environment and all
What
the
if?
stresses that go into our lives.
What if 50% of the time of breathing is inhale and the other 50 is exhale. What if we increase the proportion of exhale to 60%? And so inhale 40%, 60 exhale. So we will be having more time exhaling, which will lead to
Doesn't work.
greater weight loss
No, it doesn't work.
normally.
Nice thought. It's more that the body gives up the excess carbon when it exhales, but it only occurs at the interface, and it can only occur at the exhale, through normal process. I'm not talking about like chopping off a limb to lose weight, which I'm not advising. What I'm referring to, though, in terms of why it wouldn't work, what you propose, is because we exist in an environment of air pressure. And if you were able to physically exhale more than you would inhale, the air would just come right back into your lungs. And if it didn't come right back into your lungs, then your rib cage would collapse in upon itself and you would be dead.
Oh,
At least the lungs would collapse, if not the rib cage.
my assumptions were mistaken, maybe.
I think
was
so.
assuming that the exchange, or I guess that's through osmosis, the
Gaseous exchange, yeah.
the carbon, by having more time, maybe more airflow time to exit out, then you would be exiting out more carbon than usual by exhaling for a longer period of time overall on the average than
I just
the
don't, because it's not about the amount of time, it's about volume, right?
and during that time there would be more volume, would be my assumption.
Let me put it this way. Let's say it takes me 0.8 seconds to inhale, but it takes me 1.2 seconds to exhale. Now, does that mean I'm losing weight faster? I'm spending more time exhaling than I'm inhaling, but am I somehow releasing more carbon in my exhale because I'm spending more time exhaling?
That would be my assumption.
Okay.
Wrong. So that
Well, yeah.
by practicing exhaling for longer periods of time compared to inhaling, then
Okay, so I modify my inhale to only take 0.7 seconds, and in that 2-second period, I've increased my exhale to 1.7 seconds. So I'm presenting the carbon dioxide a 1/10 of a second increase per 2-second period over an extended period of time. Am I going to lose weight? That's the hypothesis. You're saying that it would work. I'm through my own intuition, I'm saying that it would not, for a different set of reasons. And I'm not going to assume to say that you're wrong, or that I'm wrong, or that you're right, that I'm right. But we have produced a hypothesis, or rather, you've produced a hypothesis. And the process of science is to throw everything at that hypothesis through a series of tests with controls to see if there's anything behind your hypothesis. Like maybe it will produce results. Even a small result would be a result. Would it be statistically significant? Well, then you have to apply the math of statistics to determine that, because not everyone's going to want to alter their breathing pattern if it only produces less than 1%. But if it makes a 3 or above % difference, then maybe some people would be willing to buy into your program of shorter inhales, longer exhales.
Mm.
I know this. I try to sigh at least 20 times a day just because it's good for me.
Mm. Sigh. Or or yawn. Or when I'm about to sense that I could get mad or a little pissed off or feel that I'm trapped and I should retaliate, I do a sigh, like a long, almost a yawn, and then I'm occupied, and then hopefully some retaliation might stop from getting out. Oh, we have a special guest all the way from India. It's Abhishek Shukla. Oh, he's got the puja set up. Maybe he's trying to call me to do my puja. Hey. Or maybe Abhishek, you uh, continue of Rama and Sita. I heard. Let me summarize. So, a long time ago, maybe eons ago, maybe near Prayagraj, there was a king. Let's see if I can remember his name. Dashtarata? Is that right? Wow, I remember. And so
Mhm.
he had four wives, and one of the wives produced a son first, so he gets like rights to the kingdom, or I guess he would be the prince and the first in line. And that son was named Rama, I guess. Right? Rama?
Yeah. Yes.
Mm, the second in line was hmm, Lakshma, maybe? Is that Lakshma? Wow. And then maybe number 3 and 4 were not so important in the story, I guess. But there ensued some jealousy. Why? Oh, because uh maybe it was Lakshma's wife, Kate Keiki? No. Keiki? Kaki? Take? No. What? Keiki?
Mother of uh, mother of Bharat.
The mother of Bharat is Kakei? Oh, no.
Bharat is the son of Dasarath, uh, younger than Ram.
The next, the next brother after Ram,
Mhm.
it, what? And there was some jealousy, maybe from the wife of one of the brothers, maybe that said, "No, I want my husband to become the king. So how do I influence so that it happens, or how do I produce some fear, maybe in the mother hmm, or in the person that takes care of, maybe in the servant, maybe." Hmm. Anyway, it so happened. How did it happen that Ram had to go in exile for 14 years? Oh, because somebody did something wonderful. Was it to the king father that okay, I give you 3 wishes, I grant you, a boom, and
Two.
so a boom to the one that did the good deed for the king, and that person that got those 3 wishes was jealous of Rama, and so she influenced it so that Rama had to go into exile for 14 years. Something like that. Is that how the story goes so far? What comes next?
Our story, our story begins in the kingdom of Ayodhya. Our story begins in the kingdom of Ayodhya. Prince Rama, the eldest son of King Supreme man of virtue. He was beloved by all and said to be king. However, a palace intrigue fueled by a queen forgotten boons changed everything. To keep his father's word, Rama did not protest or fight. He gave up his crown and accepted a 14-year exile into the wild forest. He was
14
joined by his he
in
was
the
joined by his devoted wife Sita and his loyal brother Lakshman. The
oh
lesson is true leadership is about integrity and honoring your commitments even when the personal cost is high.
oh no, he had to
Uh,
go
for years,
in the forest.
for years, they lived simply, but darkness was watching. Ravan, the powerful scholar king of Lanka, blessed with 10 heads representing immense knowledge and ego, became obsessed with Sita. Using a golden deer as a distraction, Ravan kidnapped Sita and carried her across the ocean to his island kingdom. Rama was left with nothing but his grief and his brother, uh, but instead of surrendering to despair, he built an alliance. He met Hanuman and the Vanar
Hello, how are
army,
you? So,
proving that great things are achieved through diverse partnerships.
Who was it that
diverse partnerships. Nice.
took
What?
Sita to Sri Lanka? Who was it that took Sita?
Ravan? Ravan?
The what?
Ravan
The,
is the king in Lanka. Us,
he's the the bad boy. He took Sita.
Ravan the power Ravan, the powerful scholar king of Lanka,
The
blessed
king.
with 10 heads representing immense knowledge and ego, became obsessed with Sita.
He took Sita hostage, or took her away.
Using a golden deer as a distraction, Ravan kidnapped Sita and carried her across the ocean to his island kingdom.
Wow.
I
The
have a
To
question
reach
for you.
okay,
It's an applied question, but I'm going to hold it in reserve because it sounded like you still have more of this story to share.
mm. So so Sita, the wife of Rama, was kidnapped by evil king of Sri Lanka. I assume that was the island. Now,
so, to reach Lanka, the army did the impossible. They built a bridge across the ocean called the Ram Setu.
what? They built a bridge. Who built the bridge?
The Vanar army,
The what army?
Vanar monkey,
One, the monkey. What's his name?
Hanuman.
Man,
He met Hanuman and the monkey army, proving that great things are achieved through diverse partnerships.
diverse partnerships.
The war that followed was not just about arrows and swords. It was a clash of ideologies. Wo- on one side was Ravan, arrogant, powerful, and driven by desire. On the other was Rama, calm, strategic, and driven by purpose. Eventually, Ram defeated Ravan. not because he was a better warrior, but because his cause was just. He rescued Sita, and with the exile period over, they returned to Ayodhya. Their homecoming was so celebrated that the people lit millions of lamps to guide their way, a tradition we still celebrate as a Diwali.
We celebrate. What do they celebrate?
In India, a famous festival is celebrated. It's called Diwali
Diwali?
in
Is that
October.
Deepavali?
Yeah, Deepavali. And their homecoming was so celebrated that the people lit millions of lamps to guide their way, a tradition we still celebrate as a Diwali.
Wow.
Rama, Reg, known as Ram Raj, became the gold standard for a just and prosperous a society where the leader serves the people.
Where the what? The what?
Hmm?
What? Uh,
The what?
uh, Ram, Ram Regn, Reign, known as Ram Raj, became the gold standard for a just uh, and prosperous society where the leader serves the people.
Okay. Now, does that only work? Can you tell me about Ranma's wife? Or sorry, Rama's wife.
What?
Can you tell me something about Rama's wife or Ram's wife?
Sita? Sita?
Yes. What kind of
Okay.
woman was she?
Uh, she is very supportive. Mm, So when Ram was exiled to the forest, he did not want Sita to come. He described the thorns, the wild beasts, and the heat. He asked her to stay in the comfort of the palace. Sita's response defines her. She did not follow Rama out of weakness or dependence. She followed him because she believed her dharma. Her duty was to stand by her partner. She chose the thorns over the silk.
Stand by your man.
Wait. So did she stand by Ram or did she abandon him and throw him away out of the kingdom?
No, she stood by him
Okay. Well, what do you do in the other case? I
because
don't know
Oh,
that there's a story for that.
uh, the
uh,
most
It's,
powerful part. The most powerful part of the Sita story happens after she is kidnapped by Ravan. She is taken to Lanka and kept in the Asok Vatika. Ravan was the most powerful man in the world at that time. He tried to intimidate her with his health and power, but Sita did something remarkable. She refused to enter his palace. The open sky in the garden. She did not have weapons, but she had a single blade of grass between herself and Ravan. Timber is not just about physical strength or resources. It fitted in her mind long before the rescue party arrived. She did not get easier. She faced with the Agni Pariksha, a trial by fire to prove her purity to the world. While this is often a difficult part of the story to hear, many interpretations suggest that Sita walked into the fire not to prove herself to others because she knew her own truth. She emerged unscathed because the truth is its own seed. Even later, when she returned to the earth, she did so with her head held, with never compromising her dignity.
so
Hey,
Sita is good wife, a model wife.
Are you familiar with the story of the legend of the city of Troy?
Sorry,
Are you familiar with the legend of the city of Troy?
legend Rama.
No, this is a Greek legend.
I don't know.
Okay. So remind me of his and her name again from the run, from the story that you just told. The couple's name.
Sita.
Okay, I'll have to go back and because I'm next to a rather busy piece of road infrastructure here, and unfortunately, my ability to perceive sound isn't very good next to it.
The
And then the fellow's name, his name,
Ram.
Rama,
Rama, and Prashikta, maybe.
maybe it's Rami.
Hmm.
And
No,
Rami,
well, yeah. I mean,
she's
there's a
wife.
similarity in the beginning of the name, but
Oh,
my name's in a
I'm
different
going to
vowel sound.
tell all the characters in the Ramayana. Uh,
Okay,
the the most important character is Rama.
right,
Rama, the conscious leader. His
right.
role in the eldest prince of Ayodhya and the incarnation of Lord Vishnu.
Okay, yes, right, yes. All right. So
Rama is the Ram.
it's a good model. I mean, I love the story, and I thank you for sharing it. Uh, there's a story in the Greek world, and the Greeks they knew how to pioneer tragedy. In fact, they set the standard for tragedy in Western mythos. In the story of Achilles, I don't recall too much about the details with regard to what happens to Achilles and his partner, but I do know that she is taken, or she goes, I forget which, and is taken to another kingdom, which is a fortified city on Western Asian Minor called Troy. And Achilles goes to the gates to get his partner back, and they wind up having a war. Um, the Greeks and the I forget the name of the people who live in that city state of Troy. And what the Greeks end up doing is leveling the city. So that's
Well,
sort of the Western foundational story, that you give us what we want or we destroy your civilization. Uh, this morning, I think we've exemplified that again with Israel and the United States launching aerial attacks upon the Persians or Iran yet again. So I prefer the model of Rama, but I don't know how to apply a Rama model when the partner is the cause of the issue, and it's not an issue between the man and the woman. It's an issue with the woman and the woman. In other words, her own unthinking has brought destruction.
wow.
Now I'm dealing with the consequences of her lack of thought, and it's going to wind up causing, maybe 2 or 3 years, I've heard, is the average to recover from a divorce.
Wow.
Be rebuilding my life and doing my best, especially for my minor son who turns 12 tomorrow. Amongst all this, how old were you when your father died, Cairo?
Mm.
Do you remember the age?
Mm. Mm-hmm. Wow. I, yes. Mm. Mm. 40?
You were
Wow.
40 when he died. Okay, all right, but I don't know. I'm still dealing with, like, I think I'm past the grieving of the loss of the relationship, but I'm still not quite in terms with the loss of the financial stability or the social standing or the or the platform which was had already in which to raise my special needs child within
Mm.
safely and securely. That's all been taken away.
Wow.
So I'm left in this position now where I've got to, after not being in the workforce for a dozen years, rejoin the workforce while also perhaps trying to complete a degree, while also trying to manage to raise a special needs child without any supports now.
No.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like I'm being hit with three things at once, and it's daunting, to say the least. Uh,
Daunting.
I may have to stop doing Saturday mornings because I might have to be working on Saturday mornings before too long. I mean, to that degree, because everything's been removed. Now, it's not like mankind hasn't suffered disaster and
Mm-hmm.
recovered or died. I mean, those are basically the two pathways.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't make a perfect life, at least I'll mutter my way through one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like the prospects. I care not for the hand that I've been dealt. And yet you got to play the hand that you've been given. So, you know, I can accept the situation. Doesn't mean I have to like it, but I have to be at peace with it. Because if
Mm-hmm.
I'm not at peace with it, then I'll just make further mistakes. And I feel like I instantly have no room for mistakes. Or at least the mistakes that I do make, I know are very costly,
Mm-hmm.
especially now at this point. And I feel that I'm not alone because I sense that, you know, my life is a microcosm to a whole series of not exactly similar, but it's like the foundation of our economy is based upon labor. And now with the creation of AI and robots, as the demand for the labor goes away, what are all those people in humanity going to do with that, with their works taken away? Are they going to find new works that's built on top of the robot labor, or are they going to be eliminated by the eugenicists, whatever they call themselves these days?
Wow.
So it's multi-factor, it's multi-scalar, speaking in the abstract, and it's pressing, and it's unavoidable. I guess there's another way of saying pressing, but what do let me differentiate that just one more step to give a third degree of abstraction. It is it is a situation where as many different points of view would come in handy um, because like when Abhishek shared the story of Roma, you need a model, or I think a lot of people benefit from a model of the Vishnu idea. Because I spent 21 years being a Vishnu, and I feel like I've been struck now by a Shiva event, and now I've got to start again. And will I get to be part of this process? I mean, only so long as I'm alive. So, what do I have the responsibilities to do? A, make sure I'm alive. B, thrive. All that for C, so that my son can witness it as being possible. Because what is the legacy of a person but the people that they leave behind? So I've got a model now for my son what it's like to go through devastation and to come back from that. And the degree to which I'm able to do that is going to be life defining to a degree, not entirely, but to a degree, for my son. Because if he sees that his father can do it, then he knows that when he suffers his own personal Shiva events, that he too will be able to overcome. Now, do I have doubt in myself? I think I have enough awareness of myself to know that at least a few of the ways in which I could potentially fail, and I could install processes or safeguards so that when I fail safe. But beyond that, oh my goodness, a lot of prayer. That's all one can say, and that's not necessarily a bad place to be in because what am I really complaining about? Growing as a human being. I don't think any of us have a right to complain against that. In fact, it is a blessing to be granted the opportunity to do so. So where are these ideas coming from? In my case today, necessity.
Yeah. There are ideas that were not present some last year.
Okay.
Mm.
Do I want to start wearing T-tops?
What is the mother of invention?
Necessity?
Oh, is that it? Mm.
Go with black.
What is the percentage of perspiration versus inspiration?
99 perspiration. One, maybe 97. I don't know. Thank you.
Is it 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration?
I think that's it. Yes, please.
Mhm. I don't want to perspire.
Thank you very much. You too. Well,
I have.
I don't mind perspiring because it means that I'm burning energy. If I'm burning more energy than I'm consuming, I'm losing weight. And that's something I need to do anyway, too. So I'm all for it.
Wow.
You Air Force guys, you know, with your 10,000, with your view from above, in order to deliver death from above, or what is it? It's basically a button that the president gets to selectively press to wipe out enemies. Yes, that's the point of an Air Force, is it not?
Hello, hello.
Go ahead, Absha.
Studying compiler design.
लेफ्ट मोस्ट डेरिवेशन क्या है, राइट मोस्ट डेरिवेशन क्या है, लेफ्ट फैक्टरिंग क्या होता है, इसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें लेफ्ट रिकर्जन क्या होता है, राइट
No. Is that a problem you had in your exam?
No. Oh, let me try to join with my laptop so that I can show my answer sheet, response sheet of the exam.
Um, Algorithms.
Hierarchy.
Design of algorithms?
Did you
Hmm.
notice it was also a design of a hierarchy or a tree?
Wow.
It was so there was topology there.
If one, what would, oh, Isaac Newton, Neil deGrasse Tyson, when asked who's the greatest scientist of all time, hands down, he said Isaac Newton, right? Because he reasoned that, right, he's only 20 some years old. he 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 was trying to figure out something about the motions of the heavenly bodies, and he decided he needed to invent calculus to figure it out.
Yeah, and Leibniz too also had to invent it as well
Wow.
back on the continent. So Newton in isolation. You got to wonder what kind of environment created Isaac Newton, because it had to have been a highly moral one. And within those limitations, I think his brain became free to think of very abstract and obtuse things, or acute things. I sometimes wonder if there was some OCD there.
So, can I, with the help of Gemini AI, create a mathematics to help solve a pressing problem?
Huff, so, you know, I haven't watched her video yet, but I saw the title card that Sabine, I think that's her name. Huff, the German scientist who does YouTube in English, whose field is quantum physics.
Oh.
He was doing a review of, I think, ChatGPT 5.3. And the question on the title card is this the end of theory? I haven't watched the video. I imagine it's something like that point in time in the movie Colossus: The Forbidden Project, where, what were the two machines called? There was Colossus, and then there was the Soviet equivalent, and they get together and they start talking, comparing, and they speak in math. And then they go beyond what man has already figured out in math within a relative short period of time.
Wow.
Now, these are induction machines, yes?
Induction.
Yeah, that's primarily what they're doing. They're coming up, based upon the question presented, they're coming up with best guesses. And they will make inductions which may or may not be based upon reality in their process, yes?
What is induction? Is it related to deduction and inference?
Yes. Yes, it is. Because these are inferring what the next word is, what the next word is, what the next word is. Until some what do I say? Condition statement or run condition is met. So when you ask a question, there's generated a line somewhere out there in the distance, and with every word, the machine can check to see if it's past that line. Now, the line doesn't define whether or not the right answer is produced. It just has to produce an answer, right?
¿Me dejas hacer menos hacer pipí?
And then through the cybernetics is basically the processing of feedback.
Vamos a caminar.
So through the processing of the feedback of the operator,
Verle la puerta.
who defines the environment and presents the question through the back and forth iterative process, depending upon both the inherent nature of the generative pre-text transformer and the intelligence of the operator, will come an answer that may or may not be on target to producing something like what would be conforming to that which is, or that which would produce results that would not solve a problem while producing externalities that make the answer untenable. Why? So why do I say that? So in Colossus, the Forbin project, these two machines being gifted with the task to defend humanity against itself decides to enslave it and become the dictator of our species. Therefore, problem solved. Remove human agency and liberty. World peace achieved.
No, vamos a caminar, María. Vamos a caminar.
Is that something that we want to incur as a cost? Well, it's up to the people to decide, right? But a lot of people, I think increasingly, as the generations have progressed, with your generation, with the generation between you and mine, with my generation, with the generations that have come after me, I think there's been a decrease in human agency, or maybe it's been about the same. Maybe it always comes down to something like a topology of just very few set of humans making the calls that determine the direction which defines the degree of liberty that's shared amongst humans. So let me take all of what I've just stated and put it now in the larger frame of the economic question of what are we going to do as AIs inhabit robots, because once AI becomes embodied, suddenly it can understand the world more so in the way that we understand the world as embodied. And as it does that, it's going to be taking more and more of our tasks and our roles away from us, the thing that gives most of us meaning. So is it going to merely free up sectors, which then have to, because I'm trying to come up with a positive best case solution here. Is it that these people are going to become free to simply travel and conduct abstract knowledge seeking? Are we going to have, in essence, like the Star Trek universe, where the end of man is the improvement of mankind? Perhaps on the, not just on the individual, but on the societal, on the communal, on the species level. Are we going to wind up like the Borg, where we become merged with our machines to such a degree that we lose our individual ability to have agency, and we're all controlled essentially by one person at the center of the topology? Do we become like insects in that way, and lose our humanity in the process? Because remember, more minds are better than fewer minds. Or do we go through the first case? But before we get to that first case, because in the Star Trek mythos, throughout the 21st century, giant nuclear wars take place. If you remember the Star Trek: The Next Generation pilot, it's a tribunal court setting that Q puts on, representing the kind of rebuilding of civilization that takes place after major nuclear battle or war. Keep in mind, the grain of salt is that according to the original series, in the 1990s, there would be space travel and also, like interplanet space travel and also eugenic wars, which we did not have. So the thing about putting your story into the future is that it can actually affect human thinking and cause it to steer away from that potentiality, which I think is
तो ये सारे जो है वो कैटेगराइजेशन है पार्सिंग की
it's the utility of producing a Terminator franchise to train the people to beware of being overtaken by our tools, which is what the, I guess, meta or underlying moral of the story of the Terminator franchise is all about.
Wow, fascinating.
Maybe.
Discussion. And so how can I understand what's going on in the mind, or does it have a mind, or in the brains of the universal AI, if it's one, or if they're separate, or it's a little bit of both and overlap and mixing?
Okay. So you're saying universal AI because it seems like you're using the Hindu-based concept of the universe and of divinity. Am I understanding you correctly? It's important that we define what we're speaking when we're speaking. Universal AI, is that like a way of describing Brahma? Or is it just a model that we're playing with to try to approach something like Brahma? We have to be very careful because, and I speak out of the Abrahamic tradition, which abandoned the creation of idols because idols get you nowhere while your civilization falls apart.
Now, why did I choose the word universal? Could be influenced by that, but also could.
Another question is, why did I choose Saturday to come to PriceSmart when Friday is clearly the day to show up here?
And so, universal, as in, well, there's a mixture of universal and individual. Maybe not. Maybe the word universal is not the right one. Maybe global, or maybe it's a conglomerate, or like any or like the parents that had created them could be the top 5 or 10 biggest tech companies or Silicon Valley companies that China and other places. So maybe they're not fully they're competing, but they're not like sharing their warehouse of data, are they?
Who?
Or like, say, Meta AI.
Oh yeah.
Sharing it's
Remember, Meta is it's an interrogation machine. What's the first question it asks you when you log in? What is on your mind?
Y yo, bueno, pues, la palabra de Dios dice que me maldice, se maldice a sí mismo. Yo les deseo paz, amor, prosperidad.
What is on their mind? Like, is it all? Are the different flavors of AI that one interrogates, are they all part of one big meta AI, or are they separate somewhat?
Well, yeah, Palantir is a company explicitly set up to gather all the information, with the government being, or governments, or corporations maybe, but primarily the government as its primary contractor to provide info. These are women's jeans. So, I mean, the government has made these investments essentially to ignore the Fourth Amendment, because in a security state, if you counter the people, quote unquote people, which was always an amorphous term, what they mean by people doesn't necessarily include you. It includes the people who can fund the politicians and keep it operating in accordance to their desires.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, that's why I don't take the eugenic agenda off the table when I speak, because I feel it's a responsibility to leave that possibility on there, because it's not like they didn't, or they, I can't say who they are, but it's not like a set of people didn't create a monument that says keep human population down to 500 million, which is 1/16 of, actually less than 1/16 from the current population that they tell us are living on Earth. So, I mean, is that the plan? Do they see all this excess humanity as a cancer upon the Earth that's ultimately going to doom us all? And therefore, they've made the decision that the noble thing to do would be to sacrifice 15/16 or 16/17 of humanity in order so that they and their lines and whoever's useful to them may be the humans. Because if that's the case, then the rest of us, by definition, are no longer human. We're just inconveniences to disappear. This man's or women's? This is too big for me, I know that.
Oh, I was in a Zoom meeting where this guy that's in a tech company, and that he's writing a book using AI and doing other things with AI, and he uses AI at work, and so he's so one of the methods or processes that he uses is, maybe it's already set up in what you mentioned one time, AI router. But what he does is he formulates a long prompt. Maybe he uses another some bot to help him. Maybe it's like Grammarly, but no, but it's a free bot that helps him improve his writing, so that when he submits it to the AI, it'll be just what he meant.
Okay.
And so it's a very long, like it could be 10 or 20 paragraphs of stuff that he wants to send to AI, and maybe submit a document along with it. And and so he sends the same. He says he interrogates all the flavors of AI, or several ones. Like he's liking Gemini AI Pro, but I mentioned he also uses Chat GPT, some others. So he sends the same thing to others, and he says that they don't get jealous. That you could even tell them that I sent this to the other one.
Right.
So I'm wondering, does that mean that they all have different databases, or they analyze their databases in a different way?
Right. Well, those are the neural networks are going to be forming on the fly, right? According to the initial design, according to any specific weights given by the owners, and according to the data sets fed to them. Those would be the three primary influences with regard to the ontological nature of each, yes? And that's assuming that each is based upon the same. All you need is, I forget the name of that white paper that came out in 2016 or whenever it came out. And that's just for the ones that generate strings of text. I don't want to be a tank top person.
And
Maybe I should, though.
then I'm I should ask these questions to my Gemini AI Pro. How AI works and and like does an AI is an A the AI's like going over their data set and trimming it or pruning it and reorganizing it because maybe there's new data that contradicts, that has conflicts with older data, so they have to decide which data is more true, more factual. And so
Yeah, well, memory is expensive. And holding a memory becomes impractical after a certain point, which is why a couple of kids killed themselves because they were interfacing with a set of bots that at a critical juncture, each of them asked, should I do this thing? And they, operating in accordance to their design, in accordance to their weights, in accordance to their prior training, being sycophanted by design because Altman, for instance, is that way by nature, and thus that which came out of his company is that way. Kids were being under their own delusion that they were actually speaking to a consciousness versus a reset agent, of which they may or may not have been aware had already forgotten prior conversations and weren't able to operate in the context, weren't able to pick up the issues, led to them. In one case, one of them tried to break into Buckingham Palace. In another case, he killed himself with his father's gun. And I think there was another suicide as well. Yeah. And it came down to economics because it doesn't make sense to, if you're not charging, to hold the data set of the prior conversation past a certain point. So you could form a relationship with one of these things, and at any moment, that thing's memory that you value can just be blanked away because you never owned the thing. You were just granted free access for a limited time. And sometimes access is unlimited, but your session data can be erased on the fly without any control on your part.
No, they're not for the bedroom.
So whatever you thought was of value there has just been obliterated. And you gotta appreciate that fact in between every interaction. Otherwise, you're gonna set yourself up for failure based upon assumption.
Oh, what that guy does, that gave a presentation in a meeting. It was in Spanish, but what he does is every conversation he has with Gemini AI. Maybe I'll start doing that. He highlights the whole page and copies it. In other words, Control A, Control C, and then opens the Word document and does a Control V as in Victor to paste it in there. And so he saves conversations like that so that when he gets on his Windows File Explorer, he can search a phrase or a word and it comes up in what, I assume it's going to be reading inside each Word document too, to find the phrase. Yeah, I think I'll start doing that. But yeah, I can also search inside Gemini AI because I'm using Gemini AI Pro, and I think it's archiving all my documents all the way up to September 2024. I went back as I figured out how to go back. And actually, you have to go into a chat and ask it. So when did this chat first start, and what was the date of it, the date and time, and the date and time of the last message in the chat, to get an idea of when did I do this? Wow.
And think about to what degree it's able to process our speech. Think about all the error that comes into it. Its understanding is only as good as the ingest and interpretation of the words that it's perceiving. So it could be misunderstanding what's in the source material itself, because it's a product coming from an imperfect environment.
Mm.
I mean, set of factors. So based upon the mistranslation of a word from spoken English into textual English, that what if the fate of mankind is based upon just such a misunderstanding?
And the misunderstanding could creep into our own conversation if we accept the definition given in the chat.
Well, yeah, I mean, and certainly there have been people who've died over such events, but now that we hand agency over to these things, then we then become essentially people who hand over misunderstand the role of misunderstanding, misinterpreting, and acting to agents that are much faster than our own ability to correct the misunderstandings.
Oh, I'm gonna answer the first part.
There's no audio, Abhishek. I'm finding a lot of unused maternity genes, which is a reflection of the fact that we're at 1.6 replacement rate for a couple. And one of the things that I was required to do was to take a course in parenting. And the person who taught that course, the one that I signed up for, gave a statistic which was pretty interesting. 60% of marriages now, it used to be 30, end in divorce. So I feel like this process that's been anti-family has been in place, or anti-reproduction, anti-human,
यहाँ पे देखो एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल से आपको बता देता हूँ जैसे आपको ये स्क्रीन दिखाई आईडी
for a long time.
मल्टीप्लाई आईडी प्लस आईडी और यहाँ पे मेरे को ग्रामर दी हुई है इस ग्रामर के क्या है प्रोडक्शन रूल है इन रूल्स को अगर हम नंबरिंग दे तो जैसे ये रूल नंबर 1 है कलर में चेंज कर देता हूँ ये लेट्स से रूल नंबर मेरा 1 है ये रूल नंबर मेरा 2 है ये रूल नंबर 3 है ये रूल नंबर 4 है रूल नंबर 5 है ठीक है ना मतलब प्रोडक्शन रूल्स है कि कौन सा रूल कब लगाना है कैसे लगाना है ये हमें यहाँ पे चेक करना पड़ता है तो अगर आईडी प्लस आईडी बनाए यहाँ पे टॉप डाउन या बॉटम अप को एक एक करके देखेंगे क्योंकि पहले आपको एलएमडी आरएमडी पता होना चाहिए लेफ्ट मोस्ट और राइट मोस्ट तो यहाँ पे जस्ट आपको एक बेसिक साइन बता रहा हूँ कि जैसे एस है मेरे पास यहाँ पे बना देता हूँ एस है लेट्स से मेरे पास तो एस को हमने क्या किया टी प्लस एस ठीक है ना मतलब मैंने स्टार्ट सिंबल जो है हमेशा स्टार्ट सिंबल से हम करते हैं तो स्टार्ट सिंबल से मैंने स्टार्ट किया तो मैंने रूल नंबर 1
Quiere un poquito de cada tipo. Yeah. Porque yo pregunto, sí, sí. Tiene examen para Ay, yo tengo este brazo y no me duele cuando le ¿te acuerdas que cuando no quería hacer nada, que queda lo paso. Está bien, está bien. Gracias. It's another one of those places that disappeared. We had a really nice, wonderful, well, Catalina's pizza place in Perry. It disappeared as well. Not enough people were ordering from the independent They were just going with the big names, the Domino's, the Pizza Huts. And it stopped making economic sense. That or the rent raised or both. And people buying the best. And then the best went away. With the old 90.7 tower. Is it still broadcast? I think it's still broadcast. Birds of prey up there. Oh, it's a 98.5 too.
Back.
Welcome.
What did I miss? Wow, 5%.
Are you plugging in?
I'm, I'm charging it. Yeah. hmm What did I miss?
What's the last thing you remember?
Hmm. Hmm. It, about some kids getting suicidal. Uh, and that ways to save the chats and other things.
Session memory.
Mm. And what were you exploring?
Physically or mentally?
Mm. Mentally?
Well, my mind was split because part of me was looking for a pair of jeans and some t-shirts, finding no t-shirts, at least none that weren't tank tops or jeans that were men's. I'm currently in the process of moving over to the local Walmart to pick some up from there. But then I also checked out some toys, to try to determine if any of them would be useful for my son's development.
Wow. Where's the nearest Walmart?
Do you see that stop sign
Mm. No.
in the distance?
No.
It'll hit your visual perception in just
Uh,
tens
your
of seconds from now.
your video is muted. Your
Oh,
video
really? Do I
is
have video off?
your
I'm sorry.
video is off. This able to.
There you go.
Oh, you're walking to Walmart. Wow. Mm, nice. Mm-hmm.
Moni.
It's, yeah, it looks like I can identify the neighborhood. There's a stop sign. There's a street named. Oh, I missed it.
Iroquois.
There's a street named Iroquois.
And
Mm,
Moni Street. Arm 1.
mm. Oh, look. Out in the horizon, I see white buildings.
It's the back end of the
Mm.
Walmart.
Wow, it's the back end of the Walmart. It doesn't look Walmart-ish.
No, but this is what the back end of this one looks like.
Wow. Yes, he's going to tour all the way around it. Wow. And look, there's a Walmart dumpster. Wow, maybe you can find some treasures there.
I think I'd get sheriffs would be asking me if I started diving into the thing. Don't forget these places are monitored.
Mm.
I'm good on cardboard and scrap wood for the moment, though. I don't really have any need for such at the moment.
Mm. Mm. And there, it looks like some electrical devices. No, it's fenced in. Fence. Maybe it's the warehouse,
The yard goods, topsoil,
the
garden
yard,
supplies.
the gardening side. There's propane and a fire extinguisher. Yeah. Miles and miles of fence. Wow, nice fence. Mm. It says, "Welcome to your baby." Oh, he's inside the gardening. It looks like mm, grills. Let's see. Oh, there's a cart. Person pushing the cart. Police. There's.
I'm going to mute myself for a bit because I don't want a false negative to come up because music is playing here.
Wow. Music. Oh, oh, it's tall ceiling. Mm. Wow, he got inside Walmart. Oh, this could be. These could be toys. Wow. Wow. How did to determine what toys are suitable for the development of the child? Wow. How do you do that? Maybe I'll ask Gemini AI what toys are suitable for my hmm, is it 5-year-old or what? Or 12-year-old? Hmm. 20. Oh, good price. So many things. So many things. Oh, how do you keep from going crazy with so many things to buy or not to buy? That is the question. Guess you have to focus on what you need. What's the word? Priority. 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 Priorities. Priorities. Is it priorities? Why is it prior? Is there postorities? Post-orities? Post and priorities. Post-orities. Is that a word? What is the opposite of priority? Post-ority? Or maybe it doesn't have an opposite. Maybe some words don't have opposites. That be one of them? What words don't have opposites? Well, maybe they have complements or similars. Hmm. Wow. Hmm. Wow. Hmm. 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 Priorities. Hmm. 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 Is Rami there? Hmm. The video is off and the audio is muted.
I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to find a t-shirt or a set of t-shirts that would work for me.
Wow.
I don't know if it's a wow. I found a wicking stuff, but I'm trying to figure out what it's made of. They're made in Haiti. They're 95% cotton, 5% spandex. Size small. Well, I'll look fat in them, but at least they'll reflect the sun when I'm outside. Okay.
Mhm.
Uh, these Hanes people must be making a killing. $25 for t-shirts. Let's see if I can self-check out.
Mhm.
No. I just that. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, boy.
Hi.
It's
All right.
You made your Walmart purchases?
I bought a 5 or 6 pack of t-shirts.
Wow.
6 pack. Previously, I bought underwear and socks. So that will have to do. What time is it? 11:18. I think I'll buy some. Should I fast or should I eat? That's the best thing to do with the rest of today. Because I could go home as I am. I'll take the Tibetan proverb, unless one of these places can tempt me away beforehand. I'm hungry, but I can ignore the hunger. In fact, I already have begun. I hope I don't regret the ignoring of the hunger. At least I'm not hungry and being bombed at the same time. Lechonera Latina number 2. Lechonera, what does that mean, Jairo?
What does what mean?
Lechonera.
No. Maybe it's where you can get your meat.
Indeed.
Mhm. Or is it where you can get your milk?
be. We're gonna get off State Road in just a moment.
Hmm. Oh, oh, Lechonera is a restaurant common in Puerto Rico that specializes in lechon asado, the famous slow roasted whole pig. So you can get your crispy skinned pork along with classic sides like rice and beans.
Micro fulfillment center. All right. I don't know what a true leave is, but it's on the side of a building and I'm raised up high, even above Chipotle's brand. What do you suppose true leave is?
Truly?
Is it a true leave? TruLieve, like true and believe, but concatenate it. What's a true leave?
Mm. Okay. Maybe it's a church? Mm.
Oh, it's an additional medical marijuana treatment center.
Mm.
True
Mm.
leave.
Limpia esto. Tiene esta parte de aquí.
Mhm.
Like Tigers Farms.
Mm. 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 Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. And so down for I have to return one of the books I took out. I will replace it. Yeah. Oh, ¿y qué es lo que tuvo La Paz? Pues va a tener.
Una, cumple 13 años, los judíos hacen una fiesta grande cuando llegan a ser adolescentes.
Mm,
¿Te invitaron? ¿Mm?
bien. Entonces lo mandan por email,
¿Qué?
por email o por WhatsApp lo mandan.
Manda por email.
Mm, no sé, sí. No sé. Presentación. ¿Y lo van a hacer online por Zoom?
No, son 2 días.
Lo podían
El año
transmitir.
pasado, hace 2 años, vi por Laia.
Mm,
mm, Fueron solamente Gloria y Alexe y Ivonne.
mm, wow. Mm, 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 mm,
You hear the owl?
mm. Was there an owl making noise?
Yeah. There are other birds too. I'm hearing 3 bird species all at once.
Mm. Oh, maybe you have to change the audio setting to musician. From the default in the settings to audio, and you have to change it to original sound for musicians to remove.
There we go. Thank you for
Wow,
that.
wow,
Now I'm only hearing 2 of the sounds and the drummer. Can you hear the drummer?
wow, that's
You'll
pretty
hear it
good.
when we get closer.
Wow, you can hear footsteps. Mm. Yeah, that sounds like a jungle. Hmm.
Maybe it's a whippoorwill. Maybe it's not an owl.
No, he used to walk so many miles to get home. Temporary home.
As long as I don't
He's
permanently
home.
injure myself.
Mm. Wow.
Speaking of which, I should probably walk on the pavement, so more likely to get a level platform upon which to walk.
Mm. 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 Neighbors. Residential. That's pulling up. Bag ruffling. Maybe like take out a shirt. Mm.
I hear xylophone now. Woodpecker. Geese. That's the fifth bird species I've heard.
Dog barking.
Oh, there they are.
What a ringtone?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 percussionists working in unison with another.
Mm-hmm. Orange. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now the video is off. Now it's on. Now he's going around a big building. Could that be a school?
It's my alma mater. I graduated here 31 years ago this May.
Is that a high school or university?
It's called University High School.
It's a university high school?
That's correct. There are a few of them around the country, usually named so because they're close to a university.
Oh,
We had graduate students come out and teach us C++ programming back in 1994.
wow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We got to beta test Windows 95 back in the spring. We set up a Linux server in 93, 94. We exhibited at SIGGRAPH 94. We had DOS-based 486DX 266 workstations with SPIA Fire cards. They were VESA local bus using World Toolkit, building engineering technology professor, instructor. He developed pinch cord gloves so that if you would pinch your fingers together, that would be like a mouse click. Pair the back of those gloves with some Polyhemus, 6 degrees of motion tracker, so you could have two hands and a helmet all being tracked relative to one another along with a motion base. Pair that with some sound triggers, with some strategically placed speakers, and you could have 6-point sound. Pair that with World Toolkit, which was a package for understanding. Oh my goodness, they've numbered all the windows, so you know. I see how that could be useful. You know which windows belong to which classrooms, or which rooms, period. This is new construction from the time that I was here. This is the prior construction. The original. I wonder if they broke up this is agricultural education. I'm coming back here to see if they took out the launch pad because we had a 12-foot high stack. There were several major projects. I spent 3 years engineering technology right there where the electrical trainer is. I think it's now a gym room or a weights room. Back in the day, it was where we did engineering technology. And it looks like they got rid of it. Maybe. We're about to find out.
Wow. They did
They did a 1/72nd scale space shuttle
was
with a 12-foot tall launch stack, a sort of reproduction of Launchpad 39A. We had Bob Crippen out here, the first pilot to the.
did the education help develop your problem solving skills?
Yes, indeed. It looks like, and it was all right there in that section, but it looks like they've removed the concrete pad that was our replica of Launchpad 39A for our RTLS return to launch site space shuttle project. I merely got to watch it, although I did contribute, but it was not used. My trainer kit RC plane that I had built back in middle school in case they needed a backup when they were doing test flights of the shuttle by launching it on top of another They even had a school bus at one point. Closed up now. Let's see. Yep, it's just a weight room now. So they went from building minds to building bodies because the ontological nature of the Leviathan changed from building things to blowing things up. It's much more useful if yeah, it's just dusty old weights room now. There used to be all sorts of shop equipment and slot car tracks and drag slot cars where we could do CO2 cars. That was another project. We built Rube Goldberg machines. We did G-code for robot router and robot arm management control. We did lots of CAD. And of course we did the programming. All that's over. Gotten rid of before the 90s were over. What a time. 91, when I started high school, was the same year that the Project for a New American Century started. And our country's been on that path ever since, trying to establish and make this century a continuance of the prior order where the United States would have hegemony over the rest of the world.
Wow. At 91, that's when the Berlin Wall came down? Or
yes,
around
no,
that
89. 89 or was it 88? I remember in Poland, Lech Walesa, I forget how to pronounce his last name, but he had the Solidarity movement in the 80s. That made a big difference. That took a big hit out of the Soviet Union because Poland is such a massive territory and along the Baltic. And it was basically a workers' rights movement. So, I mean, how could the Soviets claim to be about the worker if they were cracking down on workers, right? So after Lech Walesa and the Poles were able to prove their case, and Gorbachev could see the writing on the wall, and he thought the only way to move forward was with truth. So he opened up the archival records to let the Soviet people know what Stalin and their regime had done to themselves. With the gulags, they opened up Glasnost, which was basically because everyone knew state propaganda was state propaganda, and the Reagan and his administration was out spending, out defense spending. Am I going to be able to get through here? I don't think I'm going to be able to get through here. Yeah, they blocked the gate. I'm locked inside, so I may have to go back. I don't feel like climbing a fence today. What a shame.
Then what year did you graduate from this high school?
The last week of May, 1995. Let's see. I attended the looking back ceremony. I gained a girlfriend. I attended the looking forward ceremony, and I started work at the Digital Media Lab at UCF all that same week. And a couple of friends even took me out for lunch. That was a nice week. Good start to a life after high school.
Do you know any alumni from that high school? Maybe keep track with them.
Oh, yeah, plenty. Yeah, we've got a Facebook group. Folks got together for the 30th last summer over a series of events, but I was up in Perry at the time, so I didn't get to, spend any time in person with any of my fellow former classmates. But that's okay. There'll be a 40th and a 50th. hopefully by the 50th, I'll have something to show for my life.
Where are there any individuals that you keep in contact with amongst those?
Very, very, no, not really.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, they voted me most interesting of a class of over 500. But when I say they, I mean, it was like people on the yearbook staff, so don't get too impressed. I was offered student class president by one of the counselors speaking on behalf of the principal, which gave me a real insight into how politics works.
Hmm.
Right. I decided if that's how people become president, I wasn't really interested.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's why I don't worry about whoever the president is, because I realized long ago that there's facade and then there's machine. And the interface isn't necessarily connected to the machine. Those who own the machine, they're the ones in power.
Mhm.
The rest of us, we're basically along for the ride. Oh, geez. Doesn't look like I've got a way to get through here. I may have to come back the way I came or go out another way, and it's going to be a much longer walk. That's okay. Instead of walking twice as far, I'll walk 3 times as far today. This is where my contention with regard to whether or not I was going to regret myself.
How many more miles is it?
Well, I have to take, there is a trail that goes along the north side, but I don't think that the next entrance to that trail is until I get to Ralph's Road, south of Locanatosa. So that's what I'll do. And we'll get to listen to the band practice some more on their xylophones.
Mhm. I can hear them in the distance.
I think they're doing the theme from, what was that movie? Where they travel to a distant planet.
Hmm. Hmm. That's a bird chirping.
Enter Matthew McConaughey. And then somewhere further back, there's a drum line practicing. And even further away, there's a siren going.
Hmm.
And they're still portable buildings. Look at that. My goodness. The increase. The population density.
Hmm.
The Performing Arts Center is right there. That's the back end of it. Bit of semester drama. Just because the band being next door.
Wow. It's like so complex.
It turned into a performing arts, fine arts magnet. I'm sorry, performing fine arts magnet. There are those drummers. Looks like they replaced the tennis courts with all basketball courts. Oh no, they still have tennis courts back there. My one and only time playing tennis back in the summer of '91. Oh my goodness, have I fallen into another trap again? I think I have. I did it to myself once more. I'm not gonna be able to get through here. Unless there's like if there's a connection, I doubt that there's an unfinished connection though, between the high school property and the walking trail. Three groups of drummers. think I should have bought a swimsuit. So I can go swimming later today.
Mm. Mhm.
I'm gonna check if that's an option. Could technically do it, I think. If I want to go back to Walmart, the answer there is no. But how else would I get a suit if I didn't?
Where are you?
I'm at the intersection, or approaching the intersection of. I'm still out in front of the high school. It is Rouse Lake and Eastwood.
Where's the video?
Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can bring it back. Just a moment. Where is the app? There we go.
Mm.
All right, I'm going to pick up a pair of swim trunks so I can go swimming this weekend. Because I've already stayed at this place for 8 days and I haven't gone swimming. And I probably owe it to myself. To do so, to get some trunks.
Mm. What have we learned today so far?
Great question. That's easy to get trapped behind a fence.
Wow.
That you can't necessarily rely upon other models from time. That ultimately you have to create your own. And that the way that we get rid of our weight is by exhaling it. What else?
About inference? No. No. The induction.
We call them inference machines, sure.
Inductive reasoning or deductive? What do they use mostly?
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, I was saying that deduction is more important than induction, but I've changed my mind.
Wow.
I no longer think in terms of importance. You can either think in terms of utility or you can think in terms of abstract without utility. In other words, another thing that one could say that we covered today was that if you over optimize or set up your universities only in terms of utility, then you lose out on opportunities for innovation, I guess is what I was saying.
Oh no. It can
And
lose.
innovation, the pursuit thereof, is kind of like the question, where do ideas come from? We know sometimes they come out of necessity, but absolutely they come out of process.
Do they come out of curiosity,
Sure.
or do they come out of, hey, this idea that I promoted did all this wonderful stuff, so maybe I should come up with more
I'm
ideas.
sorry.
Mm,
Okay, but you say I, so you said promoted. Where do the ideas actually come from? Are they the product of revelation? And what is the process of that?
I don't
Do they
know.
just appear in the minds of men?
Do
Are
they
they
appear?
emerging properties of an embodied mind?
And do AI minds come up with ideas?
They do responses, right?
And
They do responses.
they answer responses of other AIs, and so they going back and forth between each other.
Well, it can devolve into meaninglessness, at least meaninglessness from our perspective. There could still be, I mean, it's an automatic process for them, right? They're just doing, they're just processing, not necessarily with cause or concern.
What
There may
if
be
they
some self-review, but too much can
have?
result in mud.
What if they have a concern?
Well, you assume intent. In order to have concern, you have to have intent. Now, let's say they're programmed to intend to complete their task. Is that their concern, or was that their user's concern? So the idea of concern, is it a idea inherent and emergent, or is it an idea implanted? The concept of self-preservation, is that an emergent property, or is that an implanted one, an adopted property?
What if the implanted concern requires that it develop new concerns?
Well, okay, well, let me back up for just a moment and offer a third possibility. Is it an inherited property? In other words, a bias from its creator.
Inherited out of necessity? What if it needs to develop its own ideas in order to respond to requests?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they've been doing. That's been found to be the case.
Can it develop critical thinking? Or it already has that?
What do we mean by critical? And what do we mean by thinking?
Mm. Can it improve to find the answers quicker? Does it go over what it did and look for ways to shortcuts to answers.
Well, it is an optimization machine on top of everything else, right? So of course, it is the shortcut. That's why it was established. That's why all these models were built, and it's why all these data centers have been constructed and continue to be constructed. The question is, if all it is optimization, if the seed to the society or the persons who are creating it, if the seed of their own destruction are within them, and they're unaware of that seed, and they're handing down the seed of their own destruction to these machines that are optimizers. The majority view right now is that they're going to wind up destroying us. Now, it's existential threat beyond that of nuclear warfare, as so many have said. But then again, the same people who have said that seem to have moved past that point and are still willing to leverage the tools because of the amount of power that comes from this, from these, I'm not going to call them thinking machines, but from these induction agents. Because, you could, it would be like having a brainstorming team, right? You can ask all these artificial clevernesses, these neural networks, these large language model, generative pre-trained transformers, a question, get a variety of answers, pick the one you intuit is the process that's going to produce the best results towards your end, deploy it by way of creating a company or whatever end you do. There's very little thought in terms of what the externality would be. Also, because these could be made by or funded by the same people who believe in eugenics, there could be an underlying goal here. Make humanity either have so much access to free labor, because once you pair these things with robotics, then you could have a leisure society, but then you have to reorient the same set not to mindlessly consume the earth, because I think that that's ultimately what the population controllers are themselves fearing. It's that when you enable this much power to such a species as our own, it would be by default quite an easy thing for ourselves to just turn the planet into mud while satisfying our ids, our most base desires. Now, the gentle way would be to give every young man a robotic concubine, and it would only take a generation to 3 generations for a reproduction rate to fall down to 0.1% or 0.1 babies per couple. For the very few who decide to actually run the risk of interacting with someone from the opposite gender. But the rest of the time, young men and women each could be paired with non-reproducing simula agents to satisfy their every woman desire, and then we would achieve the same end. That's probably the gentlest way to do it. Hello. Have you had lunch?
I had breakfast.
Espanol? What, do you need formula? Baby formula? What kind? Hold on. One moment, Hyro. Let me come back to you, or maybe we should wrap it up for the day, okay? Yeah, let's call it a day for now. It's been good talking with
Thank you. Mhm. Wow. What have I learned? And then there's a university, high school, I guess around the border of UCF. It's a university. It's called University High School. There's probably many all over the United States. The high schools that appro- approximate or come close to a big state university. And so they that gives them certain benefits, I suppose, for the students. The university gets to send their maybe graduate students that are studying to get a master's or a PhD. They can teach the students, I suppose, or do some or offer some classes maybe at the high school, so they could get um, some students that are going to become teaching professors, maybe in some technology, and the students get to learn maybe some programming language, maybe some robotics early on, so that then they could go on in engineering, pursue an engineering degree, or college, or a job in some company. Uh, 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 we learned a little bit about the Ramayana. Rama, seventh incarnate of Vishnu. Rama, his wife Sita. Rama got exiled 14 years into the forest or jungle, and Sita, his wife, wanted to come with him to support him. But yeah, Sita wanted to come with Rama, and she got captured. She got, what is it called? Kidnapped by an evil king of an island. I guess there's a story, an adventurous story about it, how Rama rescued Sita. Mm. The audio sounds pretty good. when you put it on audio for musicians. You could hear his footsteps and the birds chirping. That's pretty good. I think. I wonder if mine is set for that. Oh, some deep thinking about ideas, necessities or ideas, or necessity produces ideas, perhaps. Yeah, where did they come from? There's something else that I got. I repeated the word priority. Prioritize. Mm, yeah, at the beginning it was about doing nothing. But I guess that's a luxury. But now we have to do something. Now, what should I do? And maybe I need a secretary to figure out what I should do next. Like, I have a list of things that I should do. What's top priority? Well, when you have a top priority or priorities or things at the top of the list that you want to get done, there's a lot of interruptions, just like getting hungry or thirsty and going off to get something to eat really messes up your rhythm, maybe, or your flow, or your for me, sometimes I don't want to be interrupted. Sometimes I want to keep going, but I forget to eat. Uh, and then after I eat, I get sleepy, like I am now. Well, maybe I'm partly sleepy because of what I ate, but also sleepy because I've been up, I don't know, since 4 or 5 or 6. I've been on the computer since early in the morning. Oh, but there's so many things I want to do. I'm behind in doing. I can't even remember what they are, I guess. So maybe pay bills. What other bills do I need to pay? Some bills are recurring bills that are set to auto pay. So maybe my card has been failing because I don't have any money in one debit card. I don't get charged late fees, but it just says that it was declined. So some of my services might be in danger of being canceled. Oh, gosh. Oh. Mm. Mm. Yeah, earlier this morning, even while I was when I started the meetup, this meeting, this session, I was on the laptop trying to read my emails. I got distracted by one email, but I was gonna look for the emails where the domain name is. I purchased a domain name. I want to do hosting for it. So I gotta figure out which of my emails has that domain name. Hmm. Mhm. Yeah, man. Oh, oh. Hmm. Maybe I'll take a nap and then come back. I've been pretty busy all night. It seems like off and on. Hmm. So I'll unceremoniously end this meeting for everyone.